and the time is yours.
Good morning. Selamat pagi menuju siang. Saya merasa berpacu dengan waktu karena ini hari Jumat. Jadi saya sudah memangkas paper saya sedikit. Kalau yang panjang bisa saya harap bisa dibaca. Kemudian kalau mau mencarinya bisa langsung ke saya. Pertama-tama saya terima kasih pada organizers, terutama Pak Martin dan Pak Adrian yang memberi saya kesempatan untuk memberi presentasi yang sedikit aneh, tidak masuk ke panel dan bukan keynote speech, tapi suatu sumbangan sedikit personal ya. Oke. Dan izinkanlah saya memakai bahasa ibu saya, bahasa Inggris, karena akan lebih cepat. Begitu. My title is Preserving the Manuscripts of the Mangkunegaran Palace, Preservation Microfilming in the 1980s, and a Digitization Proposal for the 2020s. I want to talk about sources for understanding the past, and particularly written primary sources, manuscripts, archives, books, and the efforts to preserve and provide access to them. I'll make use of my own personal experiences and will offer my own personal opinions. The Pustoko Library of the Mangkunegaran, just to the west of us here, or north of us, I guess it is, and the other court libraries in Solo and Jogja, together with the vast collections in Jakarta, are invaluable resources for those wanting to understand the Indonesian past and to write its history in all its aspects. This seems self-evident. But manuscripts, books, and paper are vulnerable to the elements. They disintegrate over time, if not properly stored, repaired, and maintained. And this is even more true in a tropical climate like Indonesia's, where heat, humidity, mold, and insects are common enemies of artifacts on paper like drawings or books or maps. This too is self-evident. So please bear with me when I tell you of some international collaborative efforts from decades ago, 40, 50 years ago, to take stock of the written sources kept in Indonesia and to preserve the originals and their contents. Let me start with the Pustoko and the Surakarta Manuscript Project, which is abbreviated as SMP, or SMP. In the mid-1970s, KRMTH Sanyoto Sutopo Kusumoatmojo, then head of Palace Affairs at the Mangkunegaran, approached Nancy Florida, who was then studying Javanese literature in Solo and is now a professor emerita of Asian Studies at the University of Michigan, with the idea of seeking outside help to preserve the palace's photographs and books. Florida and Professor David Wyatt of Cornell University submitted a proposal to the U.S. National Endowment for Humanities for a preservation grant. And in 1980, the Surakarta Manuscript Project, SMP, was born. Florida writes, over the course of the next 5 years, the project pre-cataloged and filmed over 700,000 pages of manuscript materials in 4 Surakarta repositories housed in the Mangkunegaran Palace, the Keraton Surakarta, the Radio Pustoko Museum, and the home of KPT Harjonegoro, unquote. Decades later, Florida published in 3 volumes a comprehensive catalog describing the manuscripts of Solo. The first volume, Keraton Solo, 1993, Mangkunegaran, 2000, Radio Pustoko and Harjonegoro Library, 2012. The original bound typescripts were filmed with each manuscript had earlier been published in 1981. The volumes of the catalog describe, quote, nearly 700,000 pages of writing inscribed in some 5,000 texts found into over 2,100 manuscript volumes, unquote. I was privileged to be involved in this project as the initial microfilm camera operator in 1980, and I later trained other camera operators who took over when I returned to the US for graduate study in the fall of 1981. I also helped describe and catalog many of the performing arts-related manuscripts in the Pustoko and the Radio Pustoko. There were considerable difficulties in describing the manuscripts before filming and in the actual filming, both because of the poor state of the manuscripts especially the more recent ones written on acidic wood pulp paper, and because of the rather basic camera apparatus. The exposure and lighting sometimes had to be reset manually between every page, and some pages were so deteriorated that they had to be pieced back together before filming. Florida gives a vivid description of the physical state of the manuscripts as follows. Many were in advanced states of deterioration. The paper was often foxed or discolored. The inks were sometimes faded to near invisibility. Many leaves were torn, others were missing, and nearly all were soiled. Many volumes, some of which had lain for decades without being opened, were covered with mold. Some volumes were devastated by insect infestation, others by water damage, unquote. The SMP Surkarta Manuscript Project inspired another project at the Kraton Yogyakarta in the mid-1980s, in which I was also involved, this time describing the manuscripts for Jennifer Lindsay and Raden Masutanto and training the camera operators. This project was funded by an Australian foundation and several Australian libraries and resulted in the filming of all of the manuscripts of two separate libraries at the Kraton Jogja, the Krido Magdowo and the Video Budoyo. This project had the explicit encouragement of the late Hamengkubuwono IX and resulted in publication of the bound targets, the manuscript targets in English in 1987, that was later published in Indonesian as a book by Yayasan Obor Indonesia in 1994. Still in print, by the way, and you can still buy a copy. By this time, I had joined the Ford Foundation Southeast Asia office in Jakarta as program officer in charge of grant making in the fields of education, arts, and culture. The Ford Foundation successively funded cataloging and microfilm projects at the Museum Sono Budoyo in Jogja, the Fakultas Sastra UI in Jakarta, the National Library of Indonesia, by teams overseen by Dr. Timothy Barron, and in Bandung, Bali, Lombok, and South Sulawesi. Most of the resultant descriptions were published as separate volumes of the Catalog Induk Naskah-Naskah Nusantara by Yayasan Obor, Jambatan, and EFEO. In total, many thousands of reels of microfilm were produced in these projects. The reels contain facsimile copies of tens of thousands of manuscripts and texts within those manuscripts. Where are they? In each case, the original repository was given a full set of microfilms and positive copies, along with a microfilm reader. And the National Archives or National Library in Jakarta were given the master negative and duplicate negative for making copies. Duplicate negative and positive copies were also donated to various libraries in the US, Cornell, Center for Research Libraries in Chicago, in Australia, and the Netherlands, the KLV Library, which later was incorporated in the Leiden University Library. In the case of the SMP, the original libraries hold copyright, while for the other projects, copyright was assigned to the National Archives or National Library of Indonesia. The state of the microfilm copies now stored in Indonesia is said to vary. Dr. Roger Toll, former librarian of KTLV and its representative in Jakarta, inspected in the late 1990s some of the films at the National Archives and found that some were noticeably deteriorated. This was probably due to improper storage. I noted earlier that it's hard to store paper-based materials in tropical climates. Acetate and polyester-based film may be even more susceptible to disintegration, the former to what is called vinegar syndrome due to the acidic smell deteriorating emulsion gives off, and the latter to oxidation or redox, dots, little red dots on the film. Proper storage of film requires constant temperature and humidity control. The palace libraries cannot maintain this, and it is no surprise that the libraries don't still have usable microfilm copies. Perhaps the Sono Budoyo and the National Library have done better, but some of the negative originals of the National Archives appear to be vulnerable. The negative and positive copies in the US, however, are stored properly, and we can assume they're still in good shape. Preservation on microfilm is still carried out by leading research libraries in Washington, Library of Congress, London, the British Library, and probably elsewhere. Scientists claim that polyester-based microfilms, when properly stored, will last 500 years. These libraries still provide patrons with machines to read microfilm, and microfilm readers are still being manufactured. But the fact is that microfilm is hard to store properly and inconvenient for readers to use. A recent online meeting convened by the Leiden University Library, or UB, to talk about, quote, undiscovered treasures on Indonesia in the UB Asia collection involved someone talking about finding a box of microfilm and describing his experience with it. It was hard to use, hard to read, and it wasn't clear to him what the contents of the reel were. It was, in fact, a reel from the Surakarta manuscript collection donated to Kaiser Vey. Nancy Florida's published catalog could easily have told him what he was looking at, but this dismissive attitude to microfilms as something unusable and unfriendly is not uncommon. They are a pain to use. So now there is great interest in scanning and digitizing manuscripts and other materials. I have heard the very eager and able managers of the Credo Mardowo and Widya Budaya libraries at the Kraton Yogyakarta, who are daughters and son-in-law of Hamengkubuwono X, explicitly state that they wish to start a project to digitize all the manuscripts in those collections. And Ambassador Heinz also mentioned that last night in relation to the Mangkunegaran. The princes and princesses in Yogyakarta have been inspired by two projects carried out by the British Library. One digitized 75 manuscripts from Yogyakarta now held in the British Library. The manuscripts comprise, this is a quote, 6 taken by British troops following an armed assault on the Kraton Yogyakarta in June 1912, the command of Going second project, the British Library, 100 paper manuscripts in Javanese are currently being digitized. These include manuscripts from Yogyakarta decorated in the Pakualaman court from the collection of John Crawford, the British resident of Jogja from 1811 to 1814, and volumes from the Pesisir of the North Java collected by Mackenzie, also in Java from 1811 to 1813, as well as more recent acquisitions in the British Library, unquote. All of these digitized manuscripts are being uploaded to the British Library. I urge you to the British Library scanned manuscript. Every detail of the paper and illustration is possible to zoom in, but it's impossible when the originals, both paper and too. So I can understand the princesses and princes' excitement to do something similar. And here's where I get to my proposal. Rather than new projects to scan the fragile original documents in the Indonesian libraries, which make it possible to scan the microfilm copies in the 80s, 1990s. These may have been forgotten or neglected by scholars and users in Indonesia. There are machines that can scan microfilm. One problem is to find the best copies to scan from, since analog copies deteriorate from generation to generation. Presumably, copies at Cornell and the Center for Research Libraries in that case, either the National Library some tests to see if the results are satisfactory. Once decent copies are made of all the manuscripts in Solo and Jogja, it was not uncommon in the past, and perhaps it's so, for Javanese wise men or women to want to keep certain kinds of knowledge secret, often for the express reason that it would be dangerous for it to be revealed to those not ready to use it or who might abuse it. Dalang would traditionally not reveal their trade secrets or even their own sanggit for particular lakon or the text read out at the ruatan rituals. It would be dangerous and perhaps bad business to do so. But people like Pa Sanyoto, Mangkunegaran the 8th, Hamangkubuwono the 9th, and Pakubuwono the 12th, on the other hand, while respectful of tradition, were quite ready to open things up for purposes of education and scholarship, and to keep the tradition vital. So Hamangkubuwono the 9th allowed copyright to be owned by the nation, to be stewarded by the Arsip Nacional, not by the palace, for instance. There were, and perhaps still are, those who do not share this point of view. I remember that the late Pak Kamdaru, head of the Palace Library at the Pakualaman, was steadfastly opposed to sort of microfilming of the Pakualaman manuscript. When I went to see him in 1995, that or if they fell into the wrong hands, they could be dangerous. Of the Borobudur by radical Muslims right around the time of my visit. I never understood that connection, but it was while he was in charge, the Pakualaman manuscript would be off limits to the general public. I think attitudes that under the present Pakualaman, the present librarian Sri Ratna Sakti Mulya, who was here yesterday, who incidentally was a member of the team describing the manuscripts at the Museum Sonobudoyo, led by Dr. Timothy Berend in the 1990s. Sakti compiled a catalog of the Pakualaman manuscripts in 2005, and the Palace has been sponsoring regular online seminars on Indonesian manuscripts, so-called Jagongan Naskah, which are open to the public and live streamed on YouTube. Of course, public access to the original primary materials is still ideal for scholars, assuming that the materials are in decent shape and are being properly cared for and stored. But remote access to scanned copies would be very useful, and as in the case of the British Library films, would even allow greater access to detail if the scanning quality is top level. Probably scanning from the microfilms won't produce that top level quality, but it will save the originals from further handling and deterioration, and the images can be accessed online if the copyright holders allow. Ambassador Freins last night referred to democratization of knowledge, and I think that is precisely what the new information technologies allow. As the president of the New York Public Library, Anthony Marks, says, quote, "The vast majority of the books, archives, images in this building and throughout our system, and indeed throughout all libraries, is not available online. That is the holy grail of the 21st century. It's what the technology wants to make possible. Education, access to information, is a fundamental solution over time to inequality," unquote. So perhaps the Aristo-Democrats referred to yesterday in Pak Dibyo's and Bu Ratna Sakti Mulyo's paper, people like Mangkunegaran the 7th, Abe the 9th, Pangeran Hadiwijoyo, Sumo Diningrat, Jacksonagoro, who were educated in Holland and had quite liberal and open attitudes about scholarship, education, libraries, and museums, were simultaneously nationalists and royalists, and were thinking of the cultural advancement of their nation. I assume that the current younger generation in the court, such as the present Mangkunegaran the 10th, would also agree that the private court libraries as resources need to be opened up and become as widely accessible as possible. So let me summarize here. The way to preserve and provide access is as follows, in my opinion. First, preservation and conservation of the original materials. This is expensive, requires constant maintenance of proper environment for storage, temperature, humidity, and light, and trained paper and book conservators. It may also require restriction of access to certain materials that are too fragile to handle or would further deteriorate from frequent handling. Second, transfer of contents of original materials to more stable media. In the 1980s, when we were doing the Surakarta manuscript project, this was film, and in fact microfilm is still the gold standard for library preservation, despite its obvious drawbacks and inconvenience. But in the 21st century, the advantages of digitization are obvious. Digital scans are easier to use, they're cheaper than microfilm to produce, they're easily disseminated, they can be easily and exactly copied. Post-production improvements may help increase their legibility in some cases, and uploading them online allows universal access. Third, for the libraries whose contents were already described and microfilmed in the projects of the 1980s, the transfer of contents of the original manuscripts should be via digitization from the microfilm copies. The advantage are it avoids further handling of fragile originals for scanning. It is probably cheaper than starting all over again with scanning from the originals. It's less labor and capital intensive. And finally, the work of description has already been done. Of course, for collections that have not been cataloged in microfilm, the best way forward may be to proceed with digital scanning of the originals. For materials in small private collections, the DreamSea project, which undertakes film scanning using inexpensive cameras or flatbed scanners, is an example of what can be done. For materials in public institutions, provincial or municipal libraries, for instance, or with large private collections, such as at the Pakualaman, a more professional project of scanning may be needed. This may involve using special cameras with V-shaped beds to place bound materials that are fragile, the rigorous control of lighting, high-resolution scanning cameras, and most important, complete, thorough, and uniform systems of providing metadata with accurate descriptions of the materials being scanned. The microfilm target sheets used in the 1980s microfilm projects, although now they look sort of primitive, could serve as a model. The British Library's Endangered Archives program offers grants each year to enable researchers to identify and preserve culturally important archives through digitization. The program makes publicly available useful protocols for how to carry out such digitization in the field. For a national level research library like the National Library of Indonesia, it already has and can perfect its own professional protocols. Post-production checks of the scans against the originals and tests for focus, exposure, and legibility are essential. Some additional digital photography may be required. Finally, there need to be protocols for uploading the materials online. Okay, so after all this talk of technical matters like film emulsions and copy generations, and what may seem to you as nostalgic references to projects now 40 years old, I want to end here on a note of optimism. One of the expressed goals of the projects funded by Cornell, NEH, and Ford, the publishing of catalogs, the preservation of text on film, and their deposit in various libraries, was to encourage scholars, especially Indonesians, to know of the rich materials held here and to use that material for public consumption. And I think that has happened to a certain extent. There seems to me far more research and publishing by Indonesian scholars based on manuscript sources, far more interest in Javanese and other regional language primary materials, and far more use of the materials as inspiration than there was 40 or 50 years ago. For example, the Jagongan Naskah at the Pakualaman, the Yayasan Sastra Lestari website and the Alang Alang Kumitir website, Aditya Gunawan's Dharma project on Sundanese, the people working on the DreamSea projects, the young staff of the Yayasan Siswa Among Bokso in Jogja, where the late Raden Mas Dinu Satomo kept the manuscripts of his ancestors, including original drafts of Wiroguno's massive Surat Pakumiromo, and Gusti Kanjeng Ratu Hayu's and Kanjeng Pangeran Haryono Ponegoro's use at the Kraton Jogja of manuscript materials in the Credo Mardowo to reconstruct dance choreographies and forgotten Gending. These examples are but a tiny sampling. I, for one, am heartened by the increased attention to the materials that I and others spent years helping to preserve, and I hope that the interest of the general public and scholars will spur institutions, libraries, conservation experts, the Indonesian government authorities, and private funders to work together toward the ideal solutions to preservation and access that I've tried to advocate for here today. Thank you very much. I'm be happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alan Feinstein, for the interesting discussion about the preservation of Mangkunegaran manuscript. Ladies and gentlemen, kami mengundang untuk Q&A Maybe we are inviting one or two questions for a discussion. Apabila Bapak Ibu ada yang bertanya, Bapak Andrea.
Thank you very much, Pak Alan, for your really insightful and optimistic tone in the future. But yeah, in the future, what do you think? It's better to have collaboration based on your experience and also your prediction in the future. What is the best way to do that plan? I mean, because should we collaborate with the government? If it's with government, which level of government? Because yeah, you know already how to work with the state level or national level, like a perpustakaan nasional or subnasional, or whether we should have more collaboration in the local level government, because yeah, autonomy daerah also really matter, and comparing the collection in the national level, the local or regional level also really need that kind of activities and projects. Thanks.
Thank you. It's a very good question, and I'm not sure that I have really the answer. Yes, I think that the ideal institutions to work with and through are the National Library and the National Archives, since they hold the copyright, since they hold copies, and since they have the expertise and the manpower or the person power to carry out projects like this, either in-house or in the field, especially for a large collection. That would require digitization. You have to be extremely careful when you handle the materials. And if as I'm proposing, this could involve the scanning of the microfilms, I think there are thousands of microfilm reels, which would save a lot of time and money. I think those institutions are the ones to do it. Now, it does take money, and budgets, when you compile your budget, you have to, go to your boss, and I suppose that would, at the National Library, that means going to Hilmar Farid or to Mas Nadiem Makarim. Unfortunately, foreign funders, Ford Foundation no longer is involved in funding these sorts of things, and nor do I know of any, except perhaps the Luz Foundation or the Mellon Foundation, which are limited to funding projects in the United States for library conservation. But very, very few funders are interested in this. So the money has to be found somewhere. It's true that there's, because of the evolution, that doing things at the province level or even at the city level, we talked or heard here today about Mangkunegaran and the city government. Perhaps they do have funds also, and perhaps they can lend, some of their expertise also, and convince the people at the national level to contribute. But I don't really know the answer. But yeah, as I'm proposing, I would hope that the microfilms can be scanned and then put up online. I don't think there's a tremendous amount of funding required to put things online, uploading things. Of course, you have to maintain it. You have to have a good website. The British Library is a superb website, and it makes it very easy for people to access the materials. The National Library website is okay, but it has its glitches, and it's not always easy to navigate. So there does need to be some attention to those, technical matters. But where there is a will, there should be a way.
One more question is okay, I think. Two more, okay.
I agree with you that these 700,000 pages, of which we have copies in the US, in Chicago and Cornell, it is absolutely worth to digitize them and to put them online. And the high tech is there. I'm the distributor of MICE archival systems from the Netherlands, and uploading 700,000 scans and connecting them to the digital catalogs. And there are wonderful catalogs that can be converted into the system easily. That from a high-tech point of view is not so difficult. I'm less optimistic about the microfilms in ANRI and in Perpusnas, The conditions in which they are kept are awful. And I think it is best to have a combination of preserving the copies of the microfilms in the US. These copies also in time will deteriorate, and they are not microfilmed at the time that we had the FATI standards or the metamorphosis guidelines for preservation imaging. So I would also be in favor of scanning with a high FATI 4 stars quality of the originals here in Solo, in the 4 institutions that you mentioned, pure, not from a perspective of publication so much, of course that can follow, but purely for digital conservation. Because one thing is for sure, and that is the original manuscripts will deteriorate even further in time. So I would say a preservation of the old microfilms, and it remains to be seen what is most practical. I think the series in the US are easily accessible. I'm not positive about ANRI. I've worked there for 7 years and I've scanned 1.2 million VOC archives there. So I know a little bit about the circumstances there. But yeah, it should be possible to make progress, not perhaps with the Ford Foundation, but with other funds.
No, I take your point, and I was trying to be generous about the Archive National, but in fact, I do think that the copies that are in Chicago and would be the best to copy from, or to scan from, if you're going to do it. All I'm proposing is that an attempt be made, a kind of experiment to see, how it comes out. Is it enough to scan the microfilms? It may not be as good, as I said, as the British Library's magnificent scanning of its beautifully preserved manuscripts, stolen from Jogja, by the way. But it could be a medium of at least getting these materials online and saving the originals from further handling, which can be quite destructive. And that's where I'm pessimistic. I'm just nervous about those manuscripts again being, forced down onto a scanner or some kind of photography that doesn't really take into account their fragility. Yeah, maybe a combination, as you say, is required.
Thank you. The next question from Professor Ben Arps.
Very much. And we have now, and you mentioned the libraries times well supported.
as you know, the National Archives, National Library will be there, and it should be part of their mandate. It is part of their mandate. But yeah, how well can you ensure that they will have the budget and the will and will do it? Well, I don't know. That's why I'm trying to raise the issue, in fact. And I think preservation is a controversial matter, in fact, because digital media are constantly changing. And so librarians, transfer matter into digital media, but those media themselves become obsolete. And then they have to migrate them to the next. We used to use floppy disks and even CD-ROM, people are not using anymore. Things are all online. So the assumption that something is preserved because it's in a digital form is a false one. And I think that's why the Library of Congress and the British Library continue to use microfilm as a preservation medium because it's proved. But it's a nuisance to use, and there's no comparison really in terms of the ease of access to microfilms and to digital media online. So there's a balance. Professor Niemeyer can tell us more about the specific details, but I don't know. It does require budget planning that is continuous, and therefore, rather than project, it should be something that it's just built into the mandate of the institution. I think we're running out of time here.
Okay, thank you. We will still have time for one more question, the last from Mr. Professor Ben Arps.
Thank you. I have a long list, but I will just focus, of course, on one. It's also about access, and it's about catalogs. The great thing about the catalogs that were produced in the 1980s and 1990s and published in was probably I mean, this sort of things did you know these catalogs that actually help us, the scholars, to find what we're looking for?
Well, I think you she swimming in uncharted projects involve people who were more professionally trained and who were, experts in their fields. The Sulawesi manuscripts required all sorts of things because of some of them are on long, thin rolls of palm leaf, so they're extremely difficult to read, extremely difficult to film and reproduce. So the expertise has to be found, according to the materials that you're talking about. But part of my point here too, though, is Indonesians often say harus ke Belanda untuk meneliti tentang Indonesia karena semuanya ada di sana, which is, of course is completely wrong. I mean, it's true. Leiden has a fantastic collection, and there are collections all in many other countries, and scholars need to look at them. But here at home in Indonesia, you have extraordinary, voluminous, and myriad collections. So it's good that one effect of these projects, and I hope of my paper, was to raise awareness of what you have here. The Reksa Pustaka is a wonderful, magnificent library. I haven't been there in many years, so I can't speak to the current situation there. But I assume that it's open. I heard from Nancy that the catalog was locked away in a locked cabinet, which would have limited people's access to what she had described. It's a shame. I hope online on
Applause for our presenters, and thank you for all the questions. It has been a very interesting discussion. Now, ladies and which will be chaired by Mr. Titan Kusuma from Universitas Gadjah Mada, and we will have Professor Manaka Budiman as the discussant. I would like to invite our speakers for this fourth panel discussion. We have Mr. Revianto Budi Santosa, Mr. Sanders Luttenberg, and Mr. Nicholas Aji. Please kindly come forward.
Melanjutkan agenda kita selanjutnya yaitu diskusi panel yang keempat yang akan dipandu oleh Bapak Titan Kusuma dan akan dibahas oleh Prof. Maneke Budiman. Panelisnya ada 3, yang pertama ada Bapak Revianto Budi Santoso, Bapak Sanders Luttenberg, dan Nicholas Aji. Kepada seluruh peserta panel keempat dipersilahkan.
Revianto ya? Revianto. Apa Nicholas Aji sudah ada belum? Nicholas Aji is he here? Ah ya, ada. Ya, selamat datang. Apa ada PowerPoint, Mas? Ayo, kirim ke sini ya. Oh, kalau mau ambil kopi boleh, tapi dengan diam-diam aja ya. So if you want to get a coffee, you're allowed to, but just keep it down and just for the panel. Thank you.
Bapak Ibu dipersilakan untuk refill kopinya jika berkenan, dan kita akan melanjutkan dengan acara panel yang keempat.
Hello everyone, good morning. I am Titan Kusuma from Universitas Gadjah Mada, and welcome to the first Mangkunegaran International Symposium toward a new global history of Javanese court culture, politics, and governments. This is our fourth panel and also the third session for today. This session we will talk about reading Javanese court architecture with our discussion, the Professor of Cultural Studies in Universitas Indonesia, Mr. Maneke Budiman. Okay, good morning. Actually, we have 3 panelists here. The first is Revianto Budi Santosa, the Assistant of Professor at the Department of Architecture in Universitas Islam Indonesia. We'll talk about cast iron diplomacy, the incorporation of cast iron component in Javanese court architecture. Then, the cultural historian and legal expert, Sanders Luttenberg, good morning. We'll talk about the hybridity of court architecture in Surakarta, cultural dualism expressed in time and stone. And then the last, we have Nicholas Aji, that will talk about materiality in the architecture of Pracimatuin Pura Mangkunegaran. Every panelist have 15 minutes to present, and I will give sign in 2 minutes before the time is up. And before we begin, please everyone ensure that your phones are on silent. Please make sure that you don't use flash, so that you respect of your fellow audience members today. Thank you, and I think Mr. Revianto Budi Sentosa, you can start first.
Yes, Sugeng Injang. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, my question actually is quite simple, because Java is well known for its timber building, like where we are now having this symposium with timber frame and open, especially the pendopo. It's so the hallmark of the Japanese architecture. But suddenly, I think by the mid 19th century, by the mid 18th century, suddenly, 19th century, suddenly the arrival of the iron building materials pervading Java thoroughly, and courts in the principalities, especially the four Forster London courts, have the access for the import and the implementation, and it seems they were eagerly embrace these new building materials to be incorporated and in their building. And Mangkunegaran is pioneering in this situation, so that later all of the palaces in the Central Java also include this in their building repertoire. So, yeah, so what are the purposes and what the consequences of this? Yeah, this kind of building is so familiar to us, the noble hall, the pendopo, with its mountainous shape, like pyramidal shape, with a timber frame within. Okay. And I think it's better to look at this, the other side, yeah. So it's the structure is fully exposed, just like in this building. The beauty of the structure is the beauty of the architecture itself. So if we have such beautiful legacy of architecture, so what is the role of the iron in why the courts are so eager in incorporating the iron building components into their architecture? I would like to correct my title previously, because it's consists of cast iron and wrought iron as well. So silakan. Yeah, this type of construction with, of course, the limitation of size, but the arrangement of the building component is so familiar to us, in which the centralized construction focus on the tall sokokuru crowned with multi-layers beam. It's so familiar with the expression of monumentalism in Japanese architecture. So next, yeah. Suddenly we have this, with the king escorted by the Dutch residents, walking through the under the iron construction in the stations. And it was in Yogyakarta. I believe in Surakarta is quite the same. I just found the image in Yogyakarta. So the image of Sunan Pakubuwono in Palapan station, railway station, is not as expressive in this, in revealing the royal parasol under the iron construction. And they are not actually in this kind of situation. There is, at least in Yogyakarta, there is a ceremony, the so-called Tedak Jendralan, in which the Sultan with hundreds of entourage paraded to the station, picking up the Governor General and then return to the Kraton. So this hall become a ceremonial hall. This iron, which is utilitarian, pragmatic, just for the technical purposes, now become part of the royal celebratory occasion. Silakan. And this one is in Surakarta, it's in Purwosari, but I think Purwosari is special because it is the only station in Surakarta which is situated as island station. Island means it has railway on both sides. So the sense of symmetry giving the aura of monumentality, so that the industrial product imported from Europe and relatively lightweight become the main staple of the architecture of the palace. Silahkan. And in some decorative parts, we also seen in the house of the residents, as well as in Istana Merdeka, the incorporation of the iron, cast iron architecture to decorate the classical column or neoclassical column, in which, while entertaining the Dutch dignitaries, the Sultan also present the Broyo there. So again, this iron and classical architecture become the setting of the new rituals and celebration. So silahkan. Yeah, so if we consider the classical theory of architecture from Vitruvius, we see that the firmitas or the firmness, the utility, as well as the venustas. So the strength, the functionality, as well as the beauty of architecture has a new balance with the arrival of the iron architecture here. So we have technical consideration as well as functional consideration, and the last one is aesthetic consideration. What is the implication of the iron in the technicalities of Japanese halls, and the functionality or the use of that halls, as well as the new aesthetic in this kind of place. Yes, monggo. Yeah, and the new functionalities like the railway station, and the practicalities like the pasar. We have hundreds of pasar traditional, which is constructive iron. I think it's produced in Surabaya. It's so well distributed, easily distributed with standardized. So the new standardization, as well as the novelty of the Gothic Cathedral in Neo-Gothic Cathedral in Jakarta. It's Gothic with iron, to be in short. So we'll start the technical consideration next. Yeah, if we look at the Noble Hall next door, we will see the intricacy of the introduction of the iron in the roof and the gutter, as well as in some decorative parts of it. And if we notice in detail that the Pendopo Agung of Mangkunegaran is the largest joglo in the world, I think. It's so enormously huge, and the distance between the two main pillars or Sokoguru is like 11 meters. It's beyond the capacity of the wooden construction. So it needs to be reinforced. If we look at a more detail like the one that I put some notes there, it's the insertion of the iron plate as well as the nut and bolt to secure the joint there, enable Kanjeng Gusti at that time to construct this never ever before joglo in that size. So the previously, like in the Kraton of Yogyakarta, if you have a wider span, that you insert additional structure, but in this case, the free span is intended. So that novelty of the Pendopo is become more. The addition is hidden. If we didn't notice, we wouldn't be able to identify it. But in Masjid Agung, the insertion is very much ostensible. So we can see the brackets, the iron brackets is installed so that the span of the rafters become stable. So there are two ways of the additional construction to enhance the strength or to reinforce the existing wooden structure. Silahkan. And there are some less structural consideration. I think is quite in between the structure and the aesthetic considerations, because we can have a wrought iron quite simply, so the insignia of the logo of the Sunan can be installed in a quite simple way. So next. The second one is the functional consideration. As I said, that the very large pendopo enable many activities, including dance, performance, laundryan, and so on, to be performed. So last night we witnessed the way the pendopo is used for performance to accommodate large audience with larger opera or dance performance there. Yeah, and in terms of accommodating larger audience, there are two ways of enlarging the shade of the hall. One is by adding new layer, but it should be done in very low slope, because the joglo is have the highest slopes on top of it, and then the lower, and the so that it's only metal can have almost flat roof like this. While next, in Yogyakarta and Surakarta, the Sultan preferred to install a new gallery with high roof, so that it may have ample of space, but the consequences is it covers the central hall. While in Mangkunegaran solution, the central roof is still visible far, but here become hidden under the gallery. But in Yogyakarta is in particular useful because they have watangan or lawung dance, which here might ruin the chandelier, and it was only people able to perform in this kind of hall with flat and high ceiling. Okay, yeah, but the largest is in the in Stinggil, in which the Sultan and Sunan gather a large audiences, and it's getting larger because of the global investment. The owner of the underneming of the plantation were invited to join the celebration, so it need to be enlarged with free of column. So the shelter in Yogyakarta is still called shelter, and never been called bangsal. Only in Surakarta it's called hall or bangsal. We in Jogja we rather call it as tratak rather than as bangsal. Okay. And this is some comparison of the fully iron construction in that place, with the decoration first, and then then the Sultan decided to decorate later. Okay. Yes. Yeah, this is this is in the Pagelaran Hall. So it's kind of tricky because you have to have a tall roof so that the Gunungan might pass, but the roof not to be so tall so that the side of the Sultan still be able to see the Tugu there. So this is a kind of optimizing solution so that the iron might serve that well to enable the Sultan to have a clear sight as well as to carry out the royal celebration. Okay, silakan. This is the Surakarta solution. And yeah, the situation is the same. First, I was so surprised because the roof where the Sultan was seated is the tiny there, but it's later I realized that because if it is too tall, then the Sultan would not be able to see the alun-alun there. So this is kind of the situation that we are facing with in that buildings. Okay, the last one is the estate consideration. And some simple addition to recall the ancient. Previously, there was no guardian like that, and it's copy of Candi Sewu, but it's made of wooden, so it need to be covered with like bas shelter to me in this noble Tonopratopo hall. But the silvery painting show the preferences of the metal. And in some parts of Songgobuwono also inserted in the metal structure. And the expansion of the Pakualaman Hall is also be able by that new construction. The joining between the wooden and so contrasting here between the dark brown gilded and the light blue fully painted, it's become a new repertoire in this case. But the most fascinating is the incorporation of the so-called bangsal tosan. Even though it is as a carport, It's installed, elevated in the status quo, and it is a very tricky game of symbolism. This is the only one which is produced in custom in Europe, while the rest are buying from catalog. But so because of it is specially made, so we have the royal symbol of Mangkunegaran, but the interpretation of this, installing the ruler as the Arjuna descending from the heaven, tempted by the nymph and so on. So the narrative, which was previously not part of the Japanese repertoire, now become well informed. So in one case, it is very much localized. On the other hand, it's very much Europeanizing. So 100 local as well as 100 Europe become able to be incorporated in this. And this one is so instrumental in creating the new facadism of the triangular pediment into hundreds of Japanese noble houses later because of this early incorporation. And the crown is also the crown of Adipati. The interpretation is because it is Adipati Karno, recalling from the Wayang, but most importantly is replacing the Dutch crown with the new. So this new Europeanized, imported, become a new way to Japanize the expression of symbolism here. Okay, silahkan. And these are in details with many interpretation in terms of the Wayang hero into the local expression, but with imported materials. Yes, and these are some continuation of that symbolism. Okay, I think the charm is still there. So last night we enjoy the new, but seems like old. Imran was wrong. He thought that this one is revitalizing the old building. No, this one is fully new, newly constructed. But the charm of the iron into the stylish life of the Japanese nobility is very much apparent here. And because it is so beautiful, this is the last one. Yeah. People who are unable to import, trying to make a copy of it with wooden construction. So we have many in Laweyan, in Kota Gede, we have many structure emulating the cast iron construction, but with wooden materials. So, okay, so thank you.
Okay, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Revianto Budi Sentosa, for the first about the iron diplomacy, the first in railway station and from Japanese court architecture. And then the second, we have Mr. Sander Luktenberg, and the time is yours.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Selamat pagi, salam. So far for my Indonesian, I'm sorry, I'm going to present in English. I want to present my thanks to the Mangkunegaran for having us, for having me here. And thank you, Adrian, Maarten, for organizing everything. During my research, I stumbled upon some interesting things that I will share with you. There are some elements that have been seen already in the presentation of my the first presentation. I will talk about hybrid architecture, and we have an excellent example here. I will go and make it difficult for the camera, but yeah, that's it. Indonesia has a long-standing tradition of incorporating different cultural elements into architecture. I show you a few here from 18th and 19th century. This is Madura, where Chinese architects were involved in building the Kraton. This is also Sumatra, where Western style was mixed with local Sumatran style. The Hadramaut Yemenite style, the minarets of the mosques were incorporated. Here you have Kudus. In Kudus, they use pre-Islamic building styles in the construction of a masjid, of a mosque. And then later on, and there's many Chinese reference, this beautiful Chinese mansion. Yeah, oh, sorry. This is a beautiful Chinese mansion A lot of iron has been used in this building actually. These are all examples of a mix of hybridity. The question is, what is hybridity? I'm not talking about hybridity in the technical sense. I'm talking today in my presentation about hybridity in the cultural sense, in the aesthetic sense. And what I mean with that is that in designing a building, at least two different cultural elements or religious elements were used in this design. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. There we go. Yeah, here's another few examples. Just to present you with the enormous amount of hybrid architecture that Indonesia has. It's an enormous corpus, and there's all kind of different cultural and religious elements that are involved in it. So they're either Indonesian, specifically Japanese, for instance, but they can be ethnic Chinese, they can be ethnic Arab, and of course the Dutch and the British brought their Western influences, and you can all see them in these buildings. But today I will focus on Surakarta, the dual monarchy of both the Keraton Hadiningrat and the Duchy of the Dalam of the Mangkunegaran. Unfortunately, it's very small to read, but during my research, analyzed colonial newspapers, I discovered that there's a long-standing tradition of Dutch and Indonesian architects working for both the Sunan and the Mangkunegaran. So basically, the Indonesian monarchs had both Indonesian and Western architects in their service. Now, if that isn't a precursor for hybridity, I don't know. That's already interesting. It poses a lot of questions. How did they cooperate? How did these people cooperate? Let's see. Next slide, please. Yeah. First, I will focus on the building corpus of the Keraton here in Surakarta. There's a lot of buildings, and next slide, please. These are a few examples. Here, for instance, we have the Menara Sugobuana. It's a very special element in the Keraton because Keratons are usually horizontally laid out, and this is a 30-meter high tower that basically breaks with that tradition. You can see that it's a mix. Again, cast iron being used here as a reference also to the first presentation, but also the base is Western, but it's highly orientalized kind of design. Then on the right, you see the Srimankanti, or so-called first gate, entrance gate to the Keraton, which has the typical Japanese joglo style roof, slated roof. But then again, the basis is made out of Western orientalized Corinthian, Greek, Roman Corinthian pillars. These are all amalgams of different styles. And below you see the Pagelaran, also here in Surakarta. Next slide, please. Then there are the Keraton gates, also highly orientalized. Both these gates were designed by Dutch architects, yet they all carry orientalized and sometimes typical Japanese elements. Next slide, please. Then next we have the Kantor Bondoluk Maxo, a bank building, and then next to that is the Dalam Hadiningrat. And both are highly orientalized versions of Western neoclassicism. They're actually one of a kind. You can see many buildings in Surakarta in this style. But then again, we come back to these architects. They have largely been forgotten. And I refer to that as a double blind spot. The first blind spot originated in the colonial times. Hybrid buildings were not considered modern. They were considered eclectic or Indonesian or inheems, as the Dutch called it. So the Dutch architectural cultural elite dismissed these buildings, even if they were built by Dutch architects, let alone by Indonesian architects. The second blind spot was in the post-colonial times. In post-colonial times, Indonesian nation building didn't match very well with colonial heritage, and also especially not with colonial heritage of the Indonesian elite that was supposed to have been working together with the colonial elite. And also from a Dutch perspective, this was inconvenient architecture, sometimes even called tainted architecture, which in my opinion is nonsense, because it is architecture and it is a story that needs to be told. We want to understand the buildings and the building corpus here in Surakarta. We need to discover more about these Indonesian and Dutch architects, and especially how their relationship was. Now we go to the next slide, please. I will go for a small case study first. This is to get a good example, but this minaret was designed by Wilhelm Koester. He's a Dutchman, a Christian by background, but in the service of the Susuhunan, he designed this highly orientalized minaret, a really symbol of Islamic faith next to the Masjid Agung. So here's the thing. This is a Dutch Christian man who probably got advised. I'm not sure yet, but it might be the Panggulu. And together, I assume, because there's many examples of that I already found in other buildings, they sit down because this building is not just a design. This building has meaning. All the elements in it and all the aspects that you can see are mathematical and not all have to do with Islamic faith. So the numbers that are used and also certain elements. So Koester is a really beautiful example of this hybridity. But next we go to the Mangkunegaran. Yes, this is a beautiful view of the Dalam. And then next slide, please. Yes. Also, the Duchy of Mangkunegaran had Indonesian and Dutch architects in the service. I find one very important one, Mas Abukasan Atmadirodo. I will tell about him in a minute, but first I will show you something of the building corpus in the Duchy of the Mangkunegaran. Next slide, please. Here are the military barracks, probably built by the Corps military engineers. Anyway, I need to tell that almost all Dutch architects in the service of the Sunan and the Mangkunegaran had a background in the Corps military engineers of the Royal East Indian Army, or they were part of the Public Works Department. This is a very westernized building. There's nothing hybrid about it, but I wanted to show you. Next slide, please. This is, on the other hand, this is a perfect example of a highly hybrid building. This is the Siswa school. It has a typical classic Japanese elements in it. The next slide, please. And this is the Indonesian theater, the Inheemse Schouwburg, built by court architect Naarse in cooperation with the Mangkunegaran. Mangkunegaran also made sure that it could be built. He delivered the ground free for it, they could build on his account. Okay, next slide, please. Yes. And this is one of the pandopos we saw yesterday, actually, when we went for dinner. It's designed by Thomas Karsten, famous architect. But then, next slide, this is the most important one I want to talk about. This is the Mangkunegaran Society, built by Indonesian architect Mas Atmadirodo. He's important because he's one of the first Indonesian architects that broke the ceiling of colonialism. Basically, before his time, it was not possible for Indonesian engineers to climb higher than overseer. He became architect first class, and he designed this fantastic society building. But again, this is hybrid because Mas is a Muslim. Yet he chose the design of classical Hindu Buddhist elements, and you see that Candi Pawon to the right has been an inspiration for him. So again, he chose different styles and he imposed it on a Western basis. This building is basically a Western style building, but then Hindu Buddhist elements are used to make it look like this. Now Mas got favorable reviews by the Dutch, by other Dutch architects, and especially the Holy of Holies Kous, Charles Prosper Wolf Schoenmaker, the professor in the Instituut Technologie Bandung, then Bandung's Hogeschool. It is precisely what makes court architecture such an intriguing niche within the field of architecture. It's often not fully traditional, nor merely Western colonial. And often hybridity is already recognizable in the lives of the architects themselves, like the Carlier brothers and Kuster, who designed this minaret. Mas Abu Qasim Atmodirono, on the other hand, was Indonesian born, yet his education, his employer, and his colleagues at the public works department were all Dutch. So while Kuster had to bridge the gap between his Western background and Christian upbringing to design an Islamic structure next to and compatible with one of the most important structures connected to Javanese culture and religious tradition imaginable, the masjid, Atmodirono, on the other hand, had to bridge his Javanese background and Islamic upbringing and hark back to the classic Javanese Hindu-Buddhist tradition and integrated it with Western neoclassical elements and stamped it on a Western ground plan. Now I want to conclude here. I mentioned the blind spots. Such views may be considered understandable according to their respective historical context. But in order to fully appreciate the historical development of the Kraton and the Dalam, and to protect these magnificent complexes for future generations, it is important to understand the people who shaped these buildings. Now that the names of the architects are known, and now that the list is a little bit more complete, more questions arise. This subject is begging for more research, especially complementing the Dutch colonial material with source material from the Indonesian archives and highlighting the Indonesian architects. So I want to end my presentation with a very cheesy citation, and that's Rumi, who said, "Where there's ruin, there's hope for treasure." Now that's true for Surakarta and the Mangkunegaran, and he's surely shown the way, and I hope more research will be done. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sander Luktenberg. It's so interesting. And then the next, we have Mr. Nikolaus Aji that will talk about the materiality in the architecture of Pracimatuin in Pura Mangkunegaran. So the time is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will ask your permission to use a Selat Solo language, not gado-gado, because my English is not really good. So this is my presentation, the materiality in the architecture of Pracimatan Pura Mangkunegaran. Sebetulnya presentasi saya akan menjadi konklusi dari dua presentasi sebelumnya yang sudah membahas tentang cast iron diplomacy dan juga tentang adanya hibriditas dalam arsitektur. Dan kenapa saya membahas Pracimasono dalam kompleks Pracimaden? Karena ini adalah sebuah landmark baru, sebuah materialitas baru dari Mangkunegaran sendiri. Kita akan mulai. Boleh berikutnya, Mbak? Ya, materialitas sendiri sebetulnya dalam keilmuan arsitektur sudah cukup lama tidak dilirik, tidak dilihat. Tapi yang menjadi menarik dalam materialitas ini adalah sebuah basic, sebuah fundamental dalam ilmu arsitektur. Saya mencoba untuk memilih ada 5 atau 6 akademisi dan juga praktisi arsitektur di dunia. Di sebelah kiri yang paling terakhir, paling latest, dia membuat buku The Materiality in the Architecture, Profesor Antoine Picon. Bukunya di tahun 2020 dan di 2021 dia merevisi pemikiran-pemikirannya dia tentang materialitas dalam arsitektur. Di sini kita bisa lihat, mohon maaf kurang terlihat, saya bacakan saja. Antoine Picon menuliskan seperti ini, the concept of materiality cannot be approached in the same way as the notion of matter and materials, for materiality does not correspond to a pre-existing substance without or with definite properties. Kemudian Verelli juga mengatakan the materiality of a building is everything. It creates the form, structure, and texture of a space. and affects light, temperatures, and users' entire experience of the architecture. Dari ke-6 dan ke-5 teori-teori yang dikemukakan oleh orang-orang tersebut, saya menyimpulkan bahwa materiality is a fundamentally relational. Materiality, in short, simultaneously articulates the realm of values and representations and the realm of concrete practices. Berikutnya, Pak. Ini ada beberapa karakteristik yang bisa kita temukan dalam materiality. Yang pertama, materiality has an inherent subjectivity. Kemudian materiality expands to possibilities of human performance which can then influence their behavior. Jadi materialitas yang pertama, materialitas itu memiliki subjektif inherent. Jadi ketika kita membicarakan logam, general perception kita akan langsung terpikir logam itu pasti berat, pasti dingin, dan pasti berkarat. Nah, itu adalah inherent subjectivity dari sebuah metal, dari sebuah material metal. Ketika kita melihat kalau yang tadi cast iron, metal juga, ketika kita berada di dalam pendopo ini, kita melihat material utamanya adalah kayu. Inherent subjectivity dari sebuah timber atau material kayu, ini kita semua sudah tahu. Bisa bersifat kuat, bisa bersifat dingin, tapi menaungi. Dan juga bisa bersifat hangat. Tidak seperti metal yang tadi, yang memang memiliki inherent subjectivity, mereka akan memiliki rasa yang dingin daripada sebuah kayu atau timber. Kemudian materiality expands the possibility of human performance which can then influence the behavior. Kalau kita melihat material bata, kalau tadi dari presentasi sebelumnya milik Sander memperlihatkan bahwa monumen pers yang dibuat oleh Abu Kasan Atmodirono, kita bisa melihat di situ materialitas utamanya memang memperlihatkan kekokohan, determinasi yang diperlihatkan dari material batu. Jadi semua orang yang akan melewati fasilitas tersebut atau bahkan beraktivitas di dalamnya, mereka akan secara tidak sengaja atau tidak langsung, mereka akan memiliki memiliki kepercayaan diri dan juga ketegasan. Materialitas ini sangat berpengaruh di dalam arsitektur. Jadi saya berkesimpulan bahwa materiality can potentially serve as a concept for reconstructing specific periods in the past. Belum tentu pendopo atau monumen pers nasional yang dibuat oleh Abu Kasan Atmodirono itu bisa sama persepsinya ketika dilihat atau didatangi oleh orang-orang yang lahir, misalnya katakanlah dalam masa-masa ini disebut sebagai Gen Z atau Gen Z. Karena mereka tidak memiliki memori pada saat itu, apakah mereka melihat sebuah bangunan dari batu candi itu hanya bangunan-bangunan tertentu saja yang boleh memiliki atau boleh mempergunakan material-material tersebut. Mereka langsung melihatnya sekarang baja ringan atau kontainer yang dijadikan sebagai tempat tinggal atau sebagai kafe atau fasilitas lainnya. Jadi materialitas itu akan bergerak seiring berjalannya waktu. Next. Ya, di sini kita melihat dari rangka atap yang disebut juga dalam ilmu arsitektur mungkin tektonika yang kita kemarin lihat di Pracimasono. The roof structure reflects the plasticity form of tectonics which accommodates historical pressures of cultural and technological acculturation on Pracimasono architecture. Pracimasana dibuat baru selesai awal tahun ini, tapi sudah ada rencana dan juga blueprintnya itu dari Mangkunegara ke-7 di tahun 1920. Jadi bagaimana sebuah rencana yang zaman dahulu sudah direncanakan tapi baru bisa terrealisasi sekarang, tentunya ini akan menyangkut materialitas juga dalam bangunannya. Kita lihat mungkin kalau di 1920 dibangun, ini akan lebih banyak menggunakan material-material kayu yang dibending, atau bahkan menggunakan precast iron dengan motif-motif dan juga bentukan-bentukan yang kita banyak lihat di beberapa fasilitas-fasilitas publik. Tapi kali ini material besi ini cukup lazim digunakan, tapi dibentuk menjadi sebuah tektonika. Struktur iya, tapi akan lebih memperlihatkan dari sisi estetiknya. Kemudian berikutnya, Mbak. Iya, saya akan masuk ke Tridharma Mangkunegaran. Inilah yang setelah kami analisis menjadi materialitas utama dari Pracimaten, terlebih akan terlihat di bangunan Pracimasono. Mulat sarira hang sarawani, hang rosawani, romongso malu handar beni, malu hangrung kebi. Next, mulat sarira hang rasawani, yang berani mawas diri atau memahami diri sendiri melalui introspeksi pribadi demi perbaikan diri. Kemudian yang kedua, rumangso melu handar beni, adalah rasa memiliki bahwa rakyatnya ikut memiliki wilayah Mangkunegaran atau milik bersama sebagai sumber kehidupan. Dan yang ketiga, melu hangru kebi, bahwa rakyat Kadipaten Mangkunegaran ikut berjuang mempertahankan wilayah kekuasaan sebagaimana mereka ikut serta berjuang mendirikan Mangkunegaran. Dari Tridharma Mangkunegaran ini nantinya kita akan coba untuk melihat, menganalisis bangunan Pracimasono. Ini foto udara, mungkin tadi juga sudah diperlihatkan oleh Sander. Kemudian di bagian kanan ini adalah dokumen milik Reksa Pustoko. Dilihat di situ tahunnya di 1916, di mana sesuai dengan sejarah dan juga informasi yang kami dapatkan dari Reksa Pustoko sendiri, Kanjeng Gusti ke-10 saat ini mencoba untuk mengaplikasikan atau mengadakan Pracimaten di akhir tahun 2022 dan selesai di tahun 2023. Kita lihat dari 1916 atau di 1920 dari Mangkunegoro ke-7 dan direalisasikan di saat ini. Berikutnya, Mbak. Nah, ini kemudian kita bisa lihat dari lahan kosong seperti yang di tengah, kemudian bisa menjadi sebuah komplek atau compound sendiri untuk Pracimaten di sebelah kiri dan di sebelah kanan. Di sebelah kiri aerial view untuk modelingnya, di sebelah kanan bagaimana Pracimaten pada saat sudah selesai. Baik, kita akan coba lihat Pracimaten dari lebih dekat. Di sebelah kiri atas itu ada ini Pracimaten inspired by blueprint and documentation during the reign of Mangkunegara ke-7 di tahun 1920, dan kata ten sendiri dalam bahasa Belanda lebih sering direferensikan sebagai sebuah taman yang harus dilengkapi dengan sebuah kolam dan juga air mancur. Di Pracimaten sendiri, berikutnya Mbak, iya, terdiri dari tiga masa bangunan. Yang pertama Pracimasono, Pracimawisik, dan juga Pracimaloka dengan fungsi yang berbeda-beda yang disesuaikan untuk memasyarakatkan atau memperkenalkan Mangkunegaran beserta produk-produk budayanya dan juga hasil-hasil perkembangan selama ini kepada masyarakat atau halayak luas. Kalau yang sebelumnya adalah Pracimaten ketika kita berada di dalam area compoundnya, sedangkan pada gambar ini adalah Pracimaten pada saat orang luar melihat. Dari sisi luar mereka melihat Pracimaten seperti apa. Kemudian ini adalah Pracimasono pada saat malam hari. Mungkin bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu dan rekan-rekan sekalian sudah bisa merasakan seperti apa ketika melihat sebuah pracimasono saat malam, sebuah experience atau pengalaman yang luar biasa, dan itu menjadi sebuah materialitas ketika orang dari luar bisa melihat pracimasono bercahaya, kemudian bisa terlihat juga kegiatan di dalamnya. Itu semua adalah bagian dari usaha untuk merepresentasikan Tridharma Mangkunegaran ke dalam sebuah komplek Pracimaten yang juga bisa dilihat dari Pracimasono pada saat malam. Untuk conclusionnya, material selection as well as the tectonics contained in Pracimasono's architectural design have an important role in its materiality. The dominant use of transparent materials as well as its tectonics is the main form of materiality in the perception of plasticity in Mangkunegaran. The use of metal and glass materials, which tend to associated with high technology and modernity, responds to the challenge of times. The role of Mangkunegaran as space, as well as preserving traditions that are alive and attract to the wider community. Materiality of Pracimaten is a reflection of the history that shaped Mangkunegaran as an embodiment of the Mangkunegaran Tridharma spirit. Terima kasih, selamat siang.
Okay, everyone. Thank you, Nikolaus Aji. And the next session, we have discussion today for Mr. Maneke Budiman. We have 10 minutes and the time is yours. Thank you.
Terima kasih. Before I start, saya mohon maaf dulu ke Kanjeng Gusti karena saya harus memberikan komentar kritis. Jadi mungkin ada dari komentar saya yang kurang berkenan, mohon dimaafkan terlebih dahulu. Right. So now I may not be able to say much in an equal amount commenting on the other two papers because I didn't get your paper in the Google Drive. So I only really relied on listening to your presentation and trying to grasp as much as possible from the presentation. All right. Mas Revi and Mas Nikolaus, you talk about exactly the same issue. It's the building materials of the complex, of the court, of the Kraton. Both of you made a comparison of wood and iron and steel and trying to go beyond the physicality of the material, but also try to interpret that from the cultural perspective. I expected to hear much from Mas Revianto because in his paper, he also talked about cultural diplomacy. The effort to make an appeal to the Europeans, settlers in the colony on Java, at least at that period. But he didn't say anything about it in the presentation, probably because he saw Kanjeng Gusti is here, so he suddenly said, decided not to say anything about it. Now, in your case, so I will start with Pak Mas Revianto. Okay, I will insist on talking about that cultural diplomacy that you actually foregrounded in your paper. Very interestingly, we also had a nice picture from your presentation in which you said that those outside the fence, outside the walls, now they can see what is inside. But the picture that you choose is people see the inside from between metal bars. Okay, yeah, and the positioning of the people who see is outside. You can see it, but whether you have access to it, that is something that I would like to discuss with you. It's the same with the presentation of Mas Revianto, because the transformation, the construction and the architectural transformation and the change in terms of the functionality of the buildings were actually intended to make an appeal to the Europeans. So it's not really in terms of renewing or redefining the relationship between the kraton and the subject outside the court, but it's more directed or intended toward the Europeans. It's my challenge to you. Okay, and that is why then we can understand why wood now becomes iron, become steel. Yeah, yeah. So it's some yes, a natural element that is soft, porous, fluid kind of. Now plastic in your term now becomes really cold, hard, and impenetrable, in terms of the characteristic of the material of steel and iron. Yeah. And why? Because again, it's a means of communication with the Europeans rather than with the local subjects. Yeah. And that is something that we can understand because from almost the beginning of the history of the Mangkunegaran, fascination with modernity, with Western modernity has been there since the very start. Yeah. And the Mangkunegaran has been quite consistent even to the present day. So it is as if we know that while on the one hand, the duty of the Mangkunegaran is to defend and preserve tradition. Yet at the same time, they can help it because probably in the vision is that modernity or European modernity represents the future, whereas the tradition is a representation of the past. And if you have to decide where you want to move forward from that point, then it's clear in terms of the Mangkunegaran. If you compare it with Kasunanan or Kesultanan in Jogja, you can see that they are more traditional, much more traditional. And wood is more dominant still in the buildings in Kasunanan and Kesultanan Jogja, for instance. So that is one thing that I can say about you or presentation. And then Mas Nikolaus. So, okay, so Mas Nico, yeah. So while it is valid to foreground the positive aspects that we see in your presentation of the revitalization of Pracima Tain, especially you focus on Pracima Sana, not the Tain, not the Kebun in general. That is itself for me is interesting. You start with the Tain, the Kebun, but then you isolate Pracima Sana as if it is something that is detached from Kebun. And if you have to talk about the Kebun itself, how are you going to apply the concept of materiality as a method to understand? Okay? You can do that at the expense of pretending that the Kebun doesn't exist and only the Pracima Sana existed. But if we have to talk about this building, no matter how modern it is still put in the middle of a natural environment. And my guess is that while you have modernity on the one hand, and that probably is the identity of Mangkunegaran that distinguishes it from Kesultanan or Kasunanan, they never forget or ignore that they are part of a bigger natural selection or environment. So it's the unity and relation is seen, nature and king, whereas for the horizontal relation, that is something that can be negotiable from period to period, including in deciding where the pendulum have to swing, whether to tradition or to modernity. And the idea of using glass in addition to metal, in your interpretation is that it's kind of symbolizing transparency. So people from the inside can still look at the outside, but people from the outside can also look at what is happening within the court wall. Okay. But my question then is going back to my question for him. So if people from the outside can only see as a passive spectator or if you can have a better argument how they can access. Last night it was impressive, Kanjeng Gusti. But then my question is, who can get access to that beautiful fancy restaurant? Okay, we have access because we are the special guest of Kanjeng Gusti. Yeah. But what about the, let's say, rakyat jelata or commoners? They can now see what is inside, but do they have access? So again, it's an appeal to a certain class of society, not to everybody. In the past, it was an appeal to the Europeans. Now, the style, the construction, the architecture of the Prasimasana. The question is again, who is it intended for? Okay, yeah. And my explanation for that is, well, yes, you cannot help to bring in commodification, as a part of the bigger project for transparency, for closeness with people outside. But there is a limit to that, because then you cannot just erase the invisible line that divides the Keraton from the rakyat jelata, because then the Keraton would no longer be there. Yeah, it would be like a shopping mall. Yeah. So and then to your presentation, Pak Sander. So it is dualism that is kind of disturbing for me. That probably, from a European perspective, that can be understood. Yeah. The choice of the term dualism, but probably the term duality is closer to the Japanese cosmology. It doesn't mean that although you have two elements, but it doesn't necessarily lead to incompatibility or to contradiction. That the two can work together in a harmonious way. Whereas when you talk about dualism, what is implied is like a tension, a clash between one style and another, which European architects could not accept. So this is not modern. This is eclectic, like you said in your presentation. So is it possible then to reinterpret hybridity, not in the context of dualism, but in the context of, say, very localized, specific Japanese duality? Yeah, I think that is my comments for all of you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manako Budiman. And then the next session, we have Q&A session. And because of the time, we open for 2 questions. Anyone? Okay. The one? Okay, yeah.
Thank you. Kanjeng Gusti, with your permission, I will proceed with my question. Thank you. I'm Imran from Singapore. So my question to the panelists, I think it's either 2 or 3. Let's see whether it turns out as 3 questions. Thank you for the presentations. Pak Revi, maybe the first one is for you. I was very interested in the aspect of the hidden and the flaunted or manifest in the use of iron. So the first example that I mean is the hidden metal plates that enable something that ostensibly looks entirely wooden to function in an impressive new span. And on the other hand, the obviously flaunted examples, which of course extends all the way to Mas Nicholas Algi's presentation. So could you extend the discussion a little bit more on the possible cultural, diplomatic or political reasons for sometimes hiding, sometimes flaunting, or what does it do? What is the architectural languages trying to do through these strategies, perhaps we can call them? Yeah. The second question is still going from Pak Revi's presentation to Pak Sanders. So there is the interesting case of the introduction of the classical pediment the most impressive of which, of course, we find here at the Pendopo Agung, Mangkunegaran, specially commissioned. And you made the very interesting observation that it subsequently became adopted more widely by other ndalams and other structures. And therefore, this brings us to a very special point of possible discussion, at which point can we begin to see these kinds of adoptions beyond hybridity, that it becomes instead an expression of new material or technological or new aesthetic, a new aesthetic using a new material, for example, at which point can we cross that line? Can we maybe, this brings us to Pak Sander's discussion, right? At which point can we move away from just calling it hybrid? Because that's a bit passive. It doesn't talk about agency. It doesn't talk about the possibility of generating new meanings. Very deliberate one. So that kind of segues to perhaps a third question. It is new materials and technology on one hand, and the reappropriation, revival, or deliberate referencing through architectural languages to generate new meaning. Can we talk a little bit about that rather than just leave it as hybrid? Because it sounds very like a plastered on. I don't think many of these instances were simply plastered on. I think they are actually a little bit more generative than that. And then maybe finally, I feel a bit redeemed when Mas Nicholas pointed out that actually the realization of the Prachima Sana actually dates back to a plan from the 1919 to 1920s blueprint, because Refi very generously mentioned one personal name in his presentation, and it was mine, about the fact that when I saw the building yesterday, I thought this is a beautiful restoration of a building from the early centuries of the 20th, early decades of the 20th century, and indeed it is. Because if you look down to the details of even the metal parts for the windows, for instance, you know. So maybe this last point brings me to your presentation. Is it possible to talk about the intended, you spoke about the meanings in relation to Tridharma. How about the actual references embodied in the architecture or the Prachimosana? The actual architectural references. We can bring up so many, you know, from Europe. How has it been, in that sense, modified for Mangkunegaran, if any, and in what ways, and perhaps why? Thank you.
Okay, I think the question is for our three panelists, and maybe we can give the answer first, because Pak Revi, the first.
Yes. Thank you. I'm honored because Kanjeng Gusti is here, so we have a direct discussion with him. I would like to respond to Pak Maneke, which is very thoroughly critical in the presentation, as well as to Imran, my dear colleagues, who was enjoying so much in Prachimosana last night, while guessing from which era it was built. Allow me to borrow John Pemberton's theory on he wrote a very interesting subject on the subject of Java, the emergence of the notion of Java, which is produced in the late colonial era. And Pemberton highlight that at that time, Europe of progress, as well as a source of identification, Coro Jawi and Coro Kelanti. So the nobilities would like to incorporate the Western or European culture, as well as to distinguish themselves from those foreign power. So the game starts there. But Mangkunegara and Kasunanan had very different ways to appropriate that. While in Kasunanan, it was a kind of juxtaposition between the European. Suddenly you have a Spanish figurine standing in front of the Sasana Sewaka, which is fully gilded. But Mangkunegaran has a special way to achieve the higher unity and integration between the European and the Javanese. And it was very much epitomized in the Bangsal, in the Pendopo Agung, especially in the Bangsal Tosan. Because the higher degree of integration, so in the creation of the wooden hull, I believe Kanjeng Gusti did not want to show the iron component. It was hidden within. I believe also that Thomas Carson has very much advised, especially in the choice of the copper roof. It's so enormous. The shingle is like the size of the door. So the roof consists of everything is well integrated into that kind of composition. However, whenever the situation is possible, then the manifest articulation was appeared there. But Bangsal Tosan is not structural addition; it is more as beautification. And in the porch, or it become a facade. Well, previously Joglo has no facade. I mean, from all of the sides, it looked just the same. But now it has a clear orientation because the encounter is there. The carriage, the car later, the meet and greets with the European dignitaries and business people happen in that particular part. So Bangsal Tosan become a special place or venue for that kind of encounter. And it is also elevate the Mangkunegaran status because Kanjeng Gusti IV has special access for not only for importing the already in catalog product, but have a specially manufactured, customized design for this particular piece of architecture, in which none other Javanese rulers has that access. So the symbolisms are there. The game or the interplay of the symbolic expression become manifested there. The logo or the insignia of the MN was very much apparent on the pinnacle of the pediment, as well as the two cherubs flanking both sides. And the interpretation is the heavenly nymph tempting Arjuna when the noble hero doing his penance in meditation, in a deep meditation. So how come these European figurines become Javanese Widodari? But it shows that this piece is 100% Javanese as well as 100% European. It's not separating between these two, achieving the higher integration. But as I mentioned, the crown is very much instrumental here, because even though it's fully Europeanized, at that time Kanjeng Gusti has the chance to kick off the Dutch crown from the emblem. The previously with the shape is ostensibly Dutch, situated on top of every piece. Now it's replaced with the Javanese, even though it's not the real crown that he used, but it's invoking the old from the wayang stories, from the wayang narratives. It might be from Karno, but it's also in the scene of Karno Tanding that the Arjuna, after the hairstyle was hit by the arrow of Karno, he was dressed in a new crown resembling that of Karno. So the new Arjuna was born there. And the narrative or the interpretation in Padmasusastros Atekipun Bangsal Tosan is all constructing the figure of Arjuna, which is not constrained with the symbolism of Surakarta or Kasunanan. So they came to find the supremacy within the framework of the junior principalities compared to Kasunanan was really fully implemented in the Bangsal Tosan. So Bangsal Tosan is if Professor Marika Budiman said this is the encounter with European, yes, it is the encounter with European, but it also the reinventing of the Javanese symbol, invoking the wayang stories to elude the strict jacket of the dominance of the Kasunanan there. Is there any from Kasunanan here? Usually Mas Rizky is here. So, and even it was followed by the Sunan. So a few decades later, the Sunan replaced his emblem, is also kicking the Dutch crown with the Krishna, with the, I believe it's after the installment as the Lieutenant General, and he adopted the title of Sampean Dalam Ingkang Wicaksono. Ingkang Wicaksono is definitely Krishna. So the crown is also followed by Yogyakarta and Pakualam. So the game of the crown, not the throne, the game of the crown, which was initiated in Mangkunegaran, followed by other principalities to have the chance to quote unquote decolonize or de-Europanize the emblem while using the Europeanized tools. So it's really clever in this situation. So the tension of power, tension of symbolism become a new aesthetic, and the pediment become a new identity of the Javanese. While previously it was tutup keong on both sides of the house rather than to the front, only intended to protect from Torokolo, but now become the facade, become the noble face of the hall, and with full of the game in that. So the encounter with European as well as with the Javanese subject is both are played there, and it become Javanese rather than just Mangkunegaran. I am fully Yogyakarta, grown up lifetime in that, but my dad was having his wedding carp in Langanarjan style, and at the time it was Javanese. I mean, it's not have like this is Mangkunegaran. No, it's Javanese ways of doing integration of the like when Kanjeng Gusti was installed with the kind of dress at that time, it was quite popular. So the integration become the recipe for Java. Okay, thank you.
Oke, Mas Niko mau menambahkan?
Oke, baik. Saya akan mencoba menjawab dari Pak Maneke. Terima kasih Bapak sanggahannya. Sebetulnya ini kembali lagi nanti ke dualitas dalam entah itu keraton ataupun puro. Memang ada thin red line di situ. Sebetulnya how about the access? Who can get the access? Itu nantinya akan berkaitan juga dengan kebijakan dari puro itu sendiri. Dan kalau kita melihat saat ini, saya sebetulnya sudah beberapa kali, saya juga rakyat jelata Pak, cuma mencoba untuk up to date dengan apa yang sudah dilakukan oleh Kanjeng Gusti dan juga tim jajaran kepercayaannya. Saya mencoba dari zaman Pracimatan sudah dibuka, saya ke sini, kemudian mencoba mendaftar harus seperti apa caranya. Kemudian kalau sudah dapat caranya juga, kira-kira saya harus mengenakan pakaian apa? Karena dalam beberapa naskah-naskah itu ada papakem yang memang ada aturannya juga ketika kita mau memasuki area tertentu harus menggunakan apa. Nah, sampai pada minggu sebelumnya saya juga cukup kaget. Wah, ternyata cara mengaksesnya sudah sangat mudah dan sangat modern. Karena saat ini sudah tidak menghubungi perorangan, maksudnya petugas atau abdi dalam di sini, tapi sudah melalui apps atau website. Dan itu sangat mudah untuk yang bisa mengakses smartphone atau internet. Tapi yang sulit di sini, yang bisa mengakses adalah cepat-cepatan, Pak. Kuotanya sangat terbatas dan memang seperti perang, war untuk memasuki komplek Pracimatun. Jadi Pracimatun ini menjadi primadona. Bapak kemarin, kalau kita kemarin memang tadi seperti Pak Maneke juga, iya bypass langsung. Cuma as a peasant gitu Pak ya, sebagai rakyat jelata, saya sangat dimudahkan sekali. Tentunya saja mungkin memang pembatasan kuota itu juga nantinya akan berakibat pada perawatan maintenance. Ketika nanti memang overcrowd atau crowded sekali di dalam, tentunya akan merusak berbagai macam fasilitas. Nah, itu kalau untuk yang akses Pak. Kalau untuk penggunaan material misalnya, penggunaan material. Sebetulnya tadi di kemarin saya dengan Pak Revi dan juga Pak Imran, itu kebetulan tadi Pak Revi juga menunjukkan ada satu gambar di sebelah kiri, ada bangunan di Kota Gede, itu adalah rumah Kalang. Nah ini nanti akan bisa berkembang ke pembahasan-pembahasan lain. Karena kelompok Kalang ini memang sudah mereka dikenal dari prasasti abad ke-8. Memang mereka, nama kelompok mereka masuk ke dalam prasasti tersebut dan memang dituliskan dalam aksara zaman itu bahwa kelompok ini memiliki keterampilan dalam bidang ketukangan dan juga bangunan. Dan memang penggabungan mungkin tadi ada sanggahan dengan kata hibriditas terhadap Sander. Cuma hibriditas di sini memang berbeda dengan dualitas, yang satu timber, yang satu iron misalnya. Karena di beberapa fasilitas juga bangunan-bangunan kelompok Kalang yang sudah saya lihat itu memang menggunakan material yang harusnya iron, besi, itu dibuat dari kayu. Kayu satu globe itu dibuat seintricate mungkin dan semeticulous itu bentukannya, itu dari kayu. Dan itu kemampuan-kemampuan yang sangat luar biasa. Nah, kemampuan-kemampuan kelompok inilah yang juga nantinya dari Mangkunegara 4 itu di tahun 1882 meminta mereka untuk menuliskan sebuah naskah bernama Kawruh Kalang, yang itu menjadi panduan, buku panduan dalam bangunan tertentu. Nah, dari situ juga nanti kita bisa berkembang bagaimana melihat perpaduan antara timber dan juga iron, atau bahkan kita hanya visualnya melihatnya, oh itu iron ya, tapi ketika kita lihat dengan seksama itu ternyata kayu. Dan pengetahuan-pengetahuan itulah yang dimiliki oleh Raksa Pustaka. Raksa Pustaka menyimpan naskah tersebut dengan sangat baik, dan itu juga sudah boleh diakses, mungkin lebih harus buat janji dulu. Jadi masalah materialitas ini sebetulnya kembali lagi seperti di paper saya Pak, menurut Pikon juga disebutkan bahwa hubungan yang terjadi di antara manusia dan materi serta material di sekitarnya dalam berbagai periode masyarakat sangatlah variatif, tergantung pada faktor teknis, ekonomi, dan budaya serta pada pengetahuan bahan. Dan saya akan lanjut lagi ke Imran, mungkin melanjutkan dari Pak Manake ini, jawabannya adalah di knowledge exchange. Bagaimana Mangkunegaran menjadi sebuah lembaga institusi di bawah keraton, karena posisinya puro Pak, ada batasan-batasannya juga, tapi puro inilah yang dapat menjebatani antara yang upper class dan juga lowest class. Jadi pengetahuan berkembang di sini, di Pura Mangkunegaran ini, dan dia sebagai jembatan. Dan materialitas itulah yang kita saat ini lihat dalam komplek-komplek Pura Mangkunegaran.
Okay, Mas Miko, thank you. We only have 2 minutes, maybe you can.
Wow, then it will be very short. And then I propose that I see Imran separately to discuss this further, but we'll do that. But I wanted to add, maybe I'm talking in double because I didn't understand Bahasa, sure, but you were referring to traditionality and modernity, basically. Also add that there was a clear advantage of Western architects when it came to new building techniques, of course. When it comes to iron, then steel, then concrete, and then reinforced concrete. And I don't think they're so much incompatible with each other, because in fact, through employing the Western architects and their techniques, it was possible to build larger and more durable buildings. So that's also why they shifted from wood. For instance, when the Baitur Rahma Mosque in Kutiraja, then now Banda Aceh, was built, after that, basically, that mosque has become the model for all other mosques, and nowadays all over Indonesia you see the same mosque. Well, actually, it's a total. Yeah, I want to say hybrid again. I would say I have to get rid of this word. But basically, these styles did not exist in Indonesia before, yet they were totally adapted and stamped on. So it's an interesting thing that maybe we'll discuss further on outside of the panel discussion. Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry, everyone. The time is up, and we only have one question. And please join me in one more applause for this session. Thank you for our panelists, Pak Revianto Budi Sentosa, Mr. Sandro Luktenberg, and Mas Nikolaus Aji. And our discussion today, thank you for Mr. Manoko Budiman. And also, thank you for our partners. And it's an amazing conversation to start the day. And yeah, thank you so much, and see you around, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, all presenters, the chairs, and the discussant. Now we are going to have a lunch break for around 1 hour. We will come back for the next session at 1 p.m. For our fellow Muslim participants, please have Friday prayer at the Al-Wusta Mosque, which is located in the west part of this of Mangkunegaran area. I think you can go through the west gate at the other end of this area.
Para hadirin yang kami hormati, sehubungan hari ini adalah hari Jumat, bagi umat muslim yang hendak menunaikan ibadah sholat Jumat diharapkan dapat menunaikan ibadah sholat Jumat di Masjid Al-Wusta sebelah barat Pura Mangkunegaran. Dan kami harap Bapak Ibu dan para tamu undangan dapat hadir kembali dalam ruangan ini pada pukul 1 siang. Terima kasih, selamat menikmati istirahat, sholat, dan makan.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much, Professor Ben Arps, Professor Shamsul Bakri, and all the organizing committee. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have our panel 5 after this. So we would like to invite all the speakers for panel 5. And this session will be chaired by Mr. Wildy Adila as the chair.
Para hadirin yang kami hormati, melanjutkan acara diskusi panel yang keempat, di mana akan dipandu oleh Mr. Wildy Aldila dari UIN Raden Mas Said Surakarta dan akan dibahas oleh Bapak Wayan Jarah Sastrawan. Dan kepada seluruh panelis, atas nama Bayu Aji, Asep Yuda Wirajaya, dan Hari Sudip Sulistyo, Martin Manse, dan Christopher Reinhardt dimohon untuk mempersiapkan diri.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will have around 5 to 10 minutes to give the next presenters some time to prepare. And I would like to once again invite Mr. Bayu Aji. Apakah sudah ada Bapak Bayu Aji? Atau mungkin Bapak Asep Yuda Wirajaya? Belum ada? Baik, atau Bapak? Oke, atau yang mewakili lagi Bapak Hari Sulistyo, penulis ketiga? Jika belum ada, mungkin nanti akan menyusul, tidak apa-apa. We already have Bapak Martin Mangs and Bapak Christopher Reinhardt. And this session will be chaired by Mr. Wildy Adila. And the discussant is Mr. Wayan Jarah Sastrawan.
Contact number of any of them? Oh yeah. Yeah, no, we just say that we wait for the representatives. Yeah, but the program starts. Yeah. Tapi terlalu lama tidak bisa. Kasihan nanti kalau nanti diskusannya nanti bareng-bareng nanti. Iya. Tapi datang kemarin itu. Pagi ini.
Hari pertama datang. Ya, sudah konfirmasi.
Oh, sudah,
hari
sudah.
pertama datang. Hari pertama datang.
Sekarang bisa dikapan? Iya, iya, iya. Iya, ditanya dulu.
Bapak Ibu, mohon maaf sekali atas waktu yang dipakai untuk menunggu sedikit karena sebenarnya kita sesi panel adalah jam 2 tepat dan kita memang agak awal, which is somehow a good thing but probably not likely on the other hand. So we apologize for that. So in the meantime, probably everyone can have a coffee, refill the coffee, and we already have the snacks. So we will wait for a couple of minutes for our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start shortly.
Para hadirin yang kami hormati, melanjutkan acara selanjutnya yaitu diskusi panel yang kelima yang akan dipandu oleh Bapak Wildi Adila dari UIN Raden Mas Said Surakarta dan akan dibahas oleh Bapak Wayan Jara Sastrawan. Kepada seluruh panelis, chair dan discussion panel 5 dipersilahkan.
Oke. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. So, thank you very much everyone for waiting. Let's proceed to the panel 5 with the theme Political Economy and the Constellation of Modern Javanese Courts 2. Politics, Diplomacy and Resistance. I'm Wildi Adila from UIN Raden Mas Said Surakarta. Will accompany you to lead this afternoon session. Before we start, I'd like to introduce our three prominent speakers today. First, we have Mas Bayu Aji, who hasn't come yet, in collaboration with Pak Asep Yuda Wirajaya and Hari Sulistyo from Universitas 11 Maret. They will talk about perlawanan Sunan Kuning and etnis Tionghoa terhadap Pakubuwono II dan company dalam geger Pacinan berdasarkan hikayat Susunan Kuning dalam negeri Gagelang. Second, we have Martin Mansa. Afternoon, Martin. A postdoctoral researcher at Linnaeus University in the project Imperial Expansion and Intercultural Diplomacy. His research interests cover the history of colonialism and decolonization of Southeast Asia, in particular mechanisms of colonial governance, state formation, state-society interaction. Today, he'll talk about New White Kings, the politics of Dutch-Japanese treaty making, and the question of sovereignty in times of crisis. And the last one, we have Christopher Reinhardt. Afternoon, Mas Chris. A graduate from Universitas Indonesia, who specializes in Indonesian colonial history, particularly the late high colonial period in the first half of the 20th century. This afternoon, he'll talk about Mangkunegaran in transition and the question of political footing 1944-1949. And in this occasion, I'll be accompanied by Mas Wayan Jara Sastrawan as the discussion will give the review on several topics being discussed in this afternoon. For each speaker, I'll give you maybe 15 minutes to present your research. And without further ado, now I'm inviting Martin to present your research in terms of New White Kings, the politics of the Dutch-Japanese treaty making, and the question of sovereignty in times of crisis. The stage is yours, Martin.
Terima kasih. Mohon maaf, saya suka berpresentasi berdiri dan I'll try my best to stay in frame of the camera. Dan saya juga mau pakai bahasa Inggris, so I'll switch to English for the presentation, but feel free to ask me any questions in Indonesian as well. So before I start, I would like to thank you all once again for being here and for bearing with us through this panel. We started a bit early, as you noticed, but the third presenter is going to be a bit late anyway, so wouldn't make much difference for them, I think. So good to get a head start. Now, normally I would, of course, begin by thanking the organizers, but in this case, that is me, so that wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. So instead, I would like to thank all of you again for being here. Of course, once again, the people from UIN Raden Mas Said for their fantastic organization, our chair, and of course, Mas Wayan for discussing our papers. It's much appreciated. What I'll present to you today is about my research project, my postdoctoral research project on treaty making in Southeast Asia. I brought some flyers from our project. It's hosted by Linnaeus University in Sweden. And I brought some flyers particularly because we are trying to locate as many original treaties as possible. So those are treaties in 2 or 3 different languages. And we do not speak or read all of those languages. So what we're trying to do is we try to recruit people to help us transcribe and translate these treaties. And these languages include Javanese, Balinese, Sasak, Old Makassarese, various Southeast Asian languages and scripts. So if you know anyone, or if you yourself might be interested in translating and helping us translate and transcribe, come forward, make yourself known, and grab a flyer and get in touch with us. The most important language actually that we need more people for to help us transcribe is Malay and Arabic script, so that's Jawi. Okay, so next slide, please. Treaty making. What do you need to know about treaty making in the context of Southeast Asia and in the context of emerging colonial empires in Southeast Asia? That's what we're actually talking about. So in the 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th century. First of all, that in Southeast Asia, treaty making, so writing words on a piece of paper and then putting a signature underneath it and a stamp or a seal, is not really a Southeast Asian thing to do before the arrival of Europeans. In Southeast Asia, political relationships with foreigners are conducted through, for instance, intermarriage or warfare and other sort of instruments of diplomatic interaction. What Europeans do in Europe is signing a treaty. And why? Because that's a treaty supposedly is a binding agreement in theory, and in practice, of course, it's never that binding. Treaties are obviously constantly ignored or violated, and that then provides reason to either renegotiate or to commence war. So treaties are sort of these marking points in between wars. In Europe and later on in context of Southeast Asia, this makes treaties a sort of valid reason to engage in war. This is the famous argument of Hugo Grotius, Dutch legal scholar, who comes up with an extensive theory on treaty making and on just war. And those two intertwine and interrelate, and he develops the theory in particular because of Dutch experience in Southeast Asia. One of the important questions, for instance, among Europeans at the time is, can we team up with polities in Southeast Asia, non-Christian polities? Can we team up with them and then have a war against other Christians? So for instance, the Dutch, can they wage war against the Portuguese, fellow Christians, with a Muslim partner? Yes, Grotius says, because you can regulate that through a treaty. So you can set a treaty, establish a treaty with an Islamic polity, for instance. That tool sort of serves, that treaty serves as sort of an intermediary, or like a, like something that binds these two polities together, no matter their faith or their differences. And that provides space to engage in war with other polities. Of course, what happens in the 17th, 18th century onwards, under influence of the arrival, first the Portuguese and the Spanish, and then later on the Dutch, the English, and the French, is a sort of a system of treaty making emerges. And by the end of the 18th century, virtually all of these Southeast Asian polities, including Ayutthaya and Mataram and you name it, they all have a treaty, at least a treaty, one treaty with a European power. So a European trading company representing a European power in Europe. And that is not the case before, say, the 16th century or so. So this really becomes a thing. This becomes a paradigm. Yeah, so crucially, this also relates to the making of international law, because Europeans now engage with foreign powers that they haven't met before. And that sort of gives birth to a new theory on how, for instance, how to conduct diplomatic relations, what sort of implications that has, also back in Europe, right? So actions of Europeans in Southeast Asia matter because they have consequences for what happens in Europe. Why? Because if you violate a treaty in Southeast Asia, that says something about treaty making and how you behave according to treaties, right? So that is why this is quite important. So Southeast Asia sort of opens up the fields of, say, international law, the actions of Europeans in Southeast Asia. Now, normally, for instance, we have that idea of treaties that are concluded with between Europeans and, say, people in the Americas or in Australia and New Zealand, right, where, where a specific clan or tribe signs a treaty, has no idea what they sign and sign away their land. That's not what happens in Southeast Asia, of course, because Southeast Asia is a very dynamic, active region with a lot of commerce going on, obviously, right? And there are already forms of political agreement between various polities in different hierarchies. But what the Europeans do is they try to format that into a standardized sort of form of treaty making that then becomes a thing. And in Southeast Asia, this then starts also to play a role in interpolity relationships among Southeast Asian rulers, who then also start concluding treaties with one another. So for instance, what they do is they all get a stamp, you know, or a device to make a seal that becomes really important. And this is what you see from the beginning of the 17th century onward. Next slide, please. So what does a treaty look like? What does a treaty with a European power look like? Now, it's always in two languages. or 3 languages. This one is from Ternate, so it is in 3 languages. You have the Dutch on the left. Then there is, on the far right, there is Malay in Arabic script, so in Jawi script. And then in the center, it's in Ternaten in Arabic script as well. And it's quite common. So you might think that in the translation of these different versions of the treaty, so to say, there might be all sorts of room for interpretation and error. And of course, that's the case. But I think what we see by this time, so by the later 17th century, is that both parties, the Dutch and the Ternatens, for instance, were aware of that. So they knew that in the different languages there is room for interpretation. But that could be reason to, say, misinterpret the contract, and that could be reason for the other party to say, I violate the contract, I will do something that I think is correct according to my version of the contract in Ternaten or in Malay, which then the Dutch would say would be a violation of the treaty. And this happens all the time. All these treaties are constantly violated, and then Dutch would say, usually, what they would try first is to renegotiate the treaty. If that didn't work, they would go to war. That's what happens here in 1683 in Ternate. So by 1683, the Dutch have plenty, or they have had plenty of treaties with Ternate already. In 1683, the Sultan of Ternate, that's in this case Kachili Sibori Amsterdam. So in Ternate, of course, the ruling house had the sort of the inclination to name their princes after Dutch cities. So this is Sultan Sibori Amsterdam. He violates the treaty, so he does something that he thinks is correct, which the Dutch say is not correct. The Dutch go to war, and then importantly, it's not readable here, but what it says in the treaty is, now by rightful or just confiscation. Why just? Why is it a just confiscation? Because the Ternatens have violated the treaty. So there is a just cause for war, according to Grotian theory. They conquered Ternate, basically, but importantly, what they did is they didn't occupy Ternate. No, they awarded Ternate, the Sultanate of Ternate, back in loan to the Ternaten Sultan, who then would continue ruling, as it says, according to the old ancient customs of Ternaten methods. So according to Ternaten ruling methods, but then this time under sort of the suzerainty, the higher supervision or authority of the Dutch East India Company. And what we see here in the late 17th century basically is already the birth of indirect rule. So a trading company claiming suzerainty on a Malaccan island, but awarding it back to the local indigenous sultan and allowing him, or actually ordering him, to continue ruling as he did, but now under suzerainty of the Dutch East India Company. It's quite interesting because you see this happening all over Indonesia. So a set or series of treaties where the treaty is still relatively equal, at some point, like a breaking point, where the Dutch would say this is a rightful way to go to war. Sometimes the Dutch lose the war, then they disappear. Sometimes they win the war, and in that case, they will say, now we justly conquered this sultanate, but out of our pure benevolence, we award the sultan back in loan so that the sultan can stay on. And of course, that is in the best interest of that sultan. So these sultans eagerly signed these treaties, and then they continued ruling, securing their dynasties, basically. Okay, so next slide, because I'm supposed to talk about Java, which is what I'll do now. In Java, this gets its own dynamic as well. And what I argue in my paper is that around the mid-18th century, there's sort of a breaking point where all the big Javanese sultanates and of course the Empire of Mataram and the Sultanate of Banten signed such a treaty as Ternate did in 1683. So sort of a breaking point treaty where suzerainty or sovereignty is supposedly signed away. I will get back to why supposedly. So let's start with Banten in the 1740s, where the ruling sultan, Sultan Arifin, has a lot of problems at his court. He married a second wife named Ratu Sharifa, and she was a very capable woman who managed to sort of set up her own schemes, managed to convince, for instance, the Dutch Governor General that her son, rather than the first son of the sultan, was the legitimate successor to the throne. So the first son, Pangeran Gusti, was supposedly successor to the throne. And then Ratu Sharifa convinced the Dutch Governor General that her son, so an alternative prince, was the legitimate successor to the throne. What happened is the Dutch Governor General, who came under heavy influence of this Ratu Sharifa, under all sorts of promises of greater access to pepper, Banten was of course an important pepper emporium, started taking her claims seriously, and appointed her son as the legitimate throne successor under a treaty. So they signed a treaty about this. Then at some point, the Sultan, so Sultan Arifin, starts showing all sorts of signs of what they call madness. Now, of course, this happens quite often. Why? Because these sultans, they have dynamic courts with all sorts of factions. That's very important. And they need to keep everything together, and that's very difficult. So at some point, they start beheading people because they're acting in their own, they have their own schemes. And that act, it's really not that different from Europe, of course, then is interpreted as a sign of madness. And Ratu Sharifah manages to convince the Dutch governor general now that her husband has gone mad and needs to be exiled. And the Dutch do that. They exile the Sultan first to Samar and then to Ceylon, to Sri Lanka. So what we see here is a dynamic court with factions, all sorts of factions, so various princes, groups of princes, cluttering together, but an enormous, overwhelming majority of people who do not really recognize Ratu Sharifah as a legitimate wife in the first place. Then she is promoted by the Dutch to interim sultana, so as ruler basically of Banten. No one who recognizes her except of a very small faction. The person who is considered the legitimate throne successor exiled, and the Sultan himself also exiled to another part of Indonesia. So this is highly problematic and not without consequences, because an enormous revolt breaks out. And this is because all these factions, of course, have their own interests in particular parts of the province. So each and every prince has access, we've heard that yesterday, of course, to specific parts of Banten, and manages to mobilize people in the province. So those are local district rulers and their followers, so the people, peasants, to revolt. To overthrow this supposedly illegitimate government that is then imposed by the Dutch East India Company. This revolt takes a couple of years, and then something very important happens, and that is that the Dutch realize their mistake. They never acknowledge it on paper, but they realize they've made a mistake. They drop Ratu Sharifah and then try to bring back Pangeran Gusti. And Pangeran Gusti is a smart guy. He realizes that this is an opportunity. So he settles a treaty, this treaty right over here. And if you read the treaty itself, it very much looks like the one that we've seen from Ternate. So it has the same formulation. It says the Dutch East India, the people revolted in Banten. So that's a break of the previous treaty. They broke their promise. They broke the treaty to keep peace and order, for instance. And that is a legitimate reason to go to war, to conquer the province, but then it is awarded back in loan to the new Sultan, Pangeran Gusti, who would rule as Sultan Muhammad Arif Zainuddin. But he smells an opportunity. He knows that the Dutch kind of need him to become the legitimate Sultan to cool off temper and to make sure that stability is restored. So the terms of the treaty show, I think, a lot of leeway for this new Sultan, an opportunity to consolidate specific terms that suit his faction. So, of course, what we see here is that these different factions now so they are unified back under this treaty. But, of course, each and every faction tries and manages to smuggle in or to put in the specific terms beneficial to that particular faction. And this is the reason that from this moment onward, all the princes at the court are forced to sign the treaties with the Dutch. So in case of Banten, all the treaties from this moment onward include pages and pages and pages of signatures and seals. These princes to claim that they were not present or did not know about the treaty and can no longer break the treaty. Every time they do, they are brought back immediately back to the court by the Dutch and forced to sort of read the treaty. There would be a whole ceremony around it, and that would usually conclude business. And from this moment onward until the abolition of the Sultanate in the early 19th century, this is what a political relationship between the Dutch and Banten looked like. But still, I would say a lot of intrigue and negotiation. So this is not just a sign over of sovereignty. These are different factions that know that they have some level of power because there are followers in the province that the Dutch cannot get a grip on. And they use that to keep renegotiating the terms of the treaty, for instance, by claiming specific parts of lands of their competitors, putting it in the treaty, negotiating this with the Dutch envoys, to make sure that their interests are represented in those treaties. Okay, next slide. So in the 1740s and 50s, I mean, we should discuss this because we're in the Mangkunegaran. Famous history, of course, where Pakubuwono II, who signs a series of treaties with the Dutch, constantly also has his own faction struggles, including with his own Pati and viceroy, so Danu Raja, of course, Arya Purbaya. Then at some point, the Dutch decide to massacre all Chinese in Batavia, which leads to an enormous revolt in Java. So this is where the sort of the times of crisis emerge. Java in the mid-18th century is characterized by constant tensions, social tensions, political tensions among and within all of these courts. A massive revolt emerges on Java, and this is a moment where the Dutch are almost done on Java. This is where they, I mean, if some things would have had a different outcome, they would have lost this war and would have probably have been forced to leave Java. However, that's not what happens because revolt breaks out in Mataram itself. Two princes decide to revolt. One famously becomes Pangeran Mangkubuwono becomes Hamengkubuwono I in Yogyakarta, and the second, Raden Mas Said, becomes Mangkunegaran I. How do they do that? By waging war, and then by that, basically waging war is also a sort of a way to get attention. Once you receive that attention, that is when you can start negotiating. That's what both these princes do, and they settle a treaty with the Dutch. So both of the sultanates are established through a treaty. Importantly, before that happens, Pakubuwono II decides to sign over his entire realm to the Dutch. Now, the reason why he does that has been much debated. So, for instance, one theory is that this is sort of the act of a dying Javanese man who tries to pass on his possessions, his realm in this case, to a friend to take care of until it can be properly transferred to his children or or other people who have the right of inheritance. But what happens here is that Pakubuwono II realized that at this moment, while he is ill on his deathbed, is that he was not able, or he could no longer, he did not longer have the energy to win this war. So he approaches a breaking point where he decides that the smartest thing to do to continue his dynasty is to award it to the Dutch, that way ensure that the dynasty itself, a realm and name Pakubuwana, survives through history. And in that sense, he is successful because whereas the Sultanate of Banten is abolished in, 1809, the Kesusunan, the Kraton of Surakarta, survives throughout colonial times. So it makes sense for him to sign this treaty, despite, I mean, imagine under what pressure this Sunan is, Pakubuwono II. Imagine the enormous amount of problems he faces while he is ruling. Imagine his role as a supposedly charismatic or traditional Sufi ruler who symbolizes harmony in his realm under all of this external pressure. Then it might make a whole lot of sense to call upon a trusted advisor, in this case the Dutch, open the court supposedly, on purpose I would say, and call in foreign aid to secure your assets. And of course, ultimately, that leads to a new power division. There is now 3 centers of power in Central Java, which is supposedly concluded through the Treaty of Gianti and supposedly stabilized. But of course, tensions among these courts will persist until far into the 19th century. And what we see is that none of these treaties in this case have actual power, because I think the Java War is a very good example. What that shows is that despite all these treaties, despite the treaties that the Dutch have with all these rulers, they do not have some sort of grip on peasant society, on what happens in the province. All these princes at the court, all these factions have their own different interests. So what the Dutch do, crucially, is they don't conclude a treaty with a polity or with a sultan. No, they conclude a treaty with a faction at that polity, whereas the majority of politics and foreign relations with these princes keep being characterized by its own dynamics. I think we need to go to the next slide. Let me see what else I have left here. Yeah, so the Treaty of Gianti, of course. Importantly, these treaties are constantly copied and transcribed. So the original one is stored in Anri. I've had a look at it last week. Historians tend to use the sort of European language copies of these treaties. And it's quite problematic because, of course, because of the, the act of translation itself. That way we do not understand what sort of terminology or what words, what specific key phrases, because these treaties, of course, use all sorts of standardized phrases, key phrases, stock phrases, you might say. We don't understand how the act of translation influenced the dynamics behind the treaty making process. And if you read underlying correspondence, so correspondence among and between Dutch officials and officials at the courts, then you see that they constantly deliberate specific terms. So for instance, the term sovereignty, the claim of sovereignty. Now I am convinced that Susuhunan Pakubuwono II and the Sultan of Banten, they all understood what sovereignty meant in the European sort of paradigm. Because they reflect on that. It is translated usually in the Malay as kedaulatan, so that's from Arab. And it is reflected on deeply, it is discussed and debated. However, of course, it provides room for interpretation to supposedly violate the treaty. And that is what constantly happens. So I don't think that once Indonesian polities break their promise or violate the treaty, they actually violate the treaty. No, they are well aware of the implications of that. It's just a tactful, strategic way to try and reopen the negotiation procedure. Okay, next slide. I'm not sure how much I have left. So yeah, I sort of discussed that. So this is, of course, a picture from Peter Carey's book on how Java works, and it represents how important it is to keep an eye on what happens in the province, what happens all the way on the ground in villages, because that has an influence on how court factions work. And it's something that we need to understand, that a Dutch official who concludes a treaty with the Sultan does not have power, does not claim, he claims sovereignty at some point. The Dutch claim sovereignty. The imposition of the cultivation system in Java, actually the entire history of colonialism hinges upon these treaties. For instance, the Raffles imposing land rent in 1811 on Java. In the imposition, he writes about the Treaty of Gianti and the previous treaties, and how that gives him the right, as a successor of the Dutch Empire, gives him the right as ultimate ruler on Java to levy taxes. So it is a sovereignty claim. Of course, that's never successful. It's never successful because the entire system itself, through these contracts and treaties, is outsourced to local rulers, who then outsource that to intermediaries, district rulers, Wedona, etc., all the way to a village society where people have their own ideas of what these treaties might mean or imply. Okay, I think the final slide, I hope the final slide, yes. Conclusions. So, this steady Dutch involvement in Java's courts in the mid-17th century supposedly leads to their involvement in all sorts of palace intrigues and schemes, and in increasing intervention in what happens at these courts. And that might be true. And increasingly throughout the 18th century, they seem to gain the upper hand. Now, this is seen as sort of a first step towards colonization, but I think that's not necessarily the case, because what we see is rather that what happens is they construct some sort of paper empire based on these treaties, and then later on with an enormous paper administration as well that supposedly records everything that happens in that empire. And that's never truly the case. What we see is that treaties, they sort of present this myth of power or of sovereignty, invested in by both the Dutch, of course, but also by the indigenous partners, by the Indonesian, in this case, the Javanese sultans. These Javanese sultans have a solid stake in these treaties. Without them, they are no longer legitimate rulers because they've acknowledged the Dutch as the ultimate suzerain. In the 19th century, that becomes the Dutch king. In the 18th century, not yet, but all the contracts that you find in the 19th and 20th century acknowledge or make Indonesian rulers acknowledge the Dutch king as the ultimate sovereign of Indonesia. But that is a claim. And honestly, I believe that on the ground, no one believes that claim. Not these Indonesian rulers, so the rulers themselves, not the Dutch administrators, and not the people supposedly being ruled. Because at the end of the day, especially in colonial Indonesia, but I'm convinced also in other colonial empires, sovereignty claims never materialize, and the daily forms of administration, this sort of contributes to my ongoing hypothesis that I have about how colonialism works. On the ongoing administration, daily forms of administration, everyday interaction happen outside of the scope of these colonial structures of power and outside of the scope of the Dutch administration. I'll leave it here. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Martin, for very beautiful presentation and thought. Next one, okay. Mas Bayu Aji, already come, please join us here. All right. Okay. So since a little bit complete, maybe I'll put you for the last round. Is that okay? Yeah, Mas Bayu. So to save the time, I'd like to invite Mas Christopher. Yeah, Reinhard to talk about Mangkunegaran in transition and the question of political footing 1944 and 1949. Please take your time, Mas Chris.
Okay, thank you, Mas Willy, and thank you all of the committee and the Mangkunegaran for having me here, for giving this opportunity. I'm going to talk about you, the Mangkunegaran court, during the revolution period. And perhaps this is a very highly researched topic in Indonesian history, but I want to see another side of it. Next slide, please. Yeah, so we have at least two major research has been done around this period, particularly about South Central Java, one by Ben Anderson, Java in the Time of Revolution, and another by George Larsen, Prelude to Revolutions, which you can see in the front. And in the two studies, one of the important highlights of this period in South Central Java was the decline of the political significance of the two royal houses, the Kesunanan and the Mangkunegaran. And Ben Anderson attributed this decline with the rising of Tan Malaka's Persatuan Perjuangan group and the group sympathizing with Tan Malaka yang tidak ingin ada suap raja, and also in another researcher, George Larsen, while he is not addressing directly the revolution period, he gives an important background of the decline. That was the court's internal dynamics, internal division, worsened by the Dutch interference after the 1930s, and which eventually resulted in their failure to consolidate power to beat these outside external forces of the socialists. And we have here actually another more recent study by Merle Calvin Ricklefs, focusing on Pangeran Sambernyowo, the Mangkunegara the first. And in this book, he also scrutinized the revolution period, but for some sort of epilogical reflection. He gave us two major factors of the decline. Very brief. The first is Mangkunegara's failure to adapt to the changing political landscape. It is that they have failed to approach Indonesian Republican government. And the second is its failure to heed the voices of the populations, which has been turned into some sort of a socialist community. And so, from these three major research, we can see that they have highlighted one major issue, that is the emergence and consolidations of leftist popular forces. Next slide, please. Okay, so however, those previous studies mentioned before examined the topic by relying on external sources. For instance, Ben Anderson uses press, the newspapers, and Larsen uses Dutch archives. And as the consequences, the story from within, in this case, Mangkunegara VIII, remain unheard of. And okay, now let us move to my research. What do I actually want to know? What is the big question of this paper? It is the same actually with the previous one. I asked, why did the Mangkunegaran court fail to sustain its political significance in that period? And fortunately, Ben Anderson has answered it. It was because of Mangkunegara political conduct, its affiliative policy with the Dutch, with the Japanese, and its reluctance to affiliate itself swiftly to the Republican side. And these two things eroded Mangkunegara reputation in the face of the new Indonesian Republic. And with the situation, with praising impulses of anti-suap raja movement to abolish the monarchy, the Republican government saw no necessity whatsoever to maintain the special status of the royal polities in Surakarta. So with that question has been answered, I'm focusing this paper to a slightly another side. I'm asking what were the underlying factors shaping Mangkunegara political conducts. And I'm trying to answer this question through the readings of some of Mangkunegara's correspondence with several peoples, and mainly with Husin Jaya Diningrat. Yeah, it's not Jaya Hadikusumo, it's Jaya Diningrat. Yeah, it's puzzling for me. Okay, next slide, please. Yep. So, in one side, decision making is highly intertwined with interests, be it political or economical. So, a decision to associate oneself with other entity is sometimes also highly intertwined with this interest. Therefore, let us see the position, the functionality of the patron entity in the framework of Japanese kingship after its interaction with the Europeans. How this other entity, this alien entity, served or accommodated the interests of the Japanese court. And we can see it has been highly researched also. Since the 17th century, it became very clear that the Japanese rulers no longer held absolute political authority. It has been a long-standing norm. It has been always there from the 17th century that another alien entity, another foreign entity, paralleled such a traditional power. At first, it was beside this power, but eventually it was above the court. It was some sort of have more decision-making authority over the court. And the earliest entity obviously was the VOC, and then the Franco-Dutch, and then the British, and then the India's colonial government. And the most recent one, in this case, in my paper, is the Japanese. And the changes in the 1945 with the independence of Indonesia, it's actually occurred within this patron entity. So to assess Mangkunegara's stance toward this new patron, the Indonesian Republic, I think we must assess first the function of the previous patrons. Yep. Okay. And I think it will be lengthy to describe every single role of the patron entity played throughout the history of Islamic Japanese Kingdom, but it might be helpful to see some of these summaries. In the political field, the successive series of these patron entities took at least 3 roles. The first, VOC, became a new actor in the succession arena of Mataram, around after the demise of Sultan Agung, the first succession war, the second one, the Palian, and so on and so on. And the VOC also took part in the establishment of Mangkunegaran court in 1757. And from then on, VOC and then colonial administrations, and even then the Japanese become the preserver of the Mangkunegaran political positions against other political entity, primarily Surakarta. And after that, with the progress of time, with the progress of history, we could also see some transformation from political role into economic role. Particularly after the Java War, Vincent Halben, who wrote a study on the dynamics between Keraton in Surakarta and European administrations, observed that the elites of the Javanese elites increasingly relied on European financial resources rather than European pure military power like before. And this happened as the chaotic and full of war early 19th century passes, and the new era, the res and order era, the zaman tata tentram, sudah dimulai tahun 1830. And from then on, monetary salaries become the norm, and traditional bureaucrats become more and more dependent to the European paymaster, European money. And this situation continued so until the end of the colonial power in 1942, and even actually continued even during the Japanese period with the new patron. And because of such functionality, the politics of association, mengasosiasikan diri dengan penguasa, it becomes very deeply ingrained. And menariknya, interestingly, the patron entities also constantly fulfill this function. Next, please. And we can check actually this kind of functionality with one case, the Japanese. Let us see what the Japanese has done, or how they serve Mangkunegara's political and economic interests.
So after their arrival in Surakarta, the Japanese declared Mangkunegaran Court and obviously the Kasunanan as one of the two spatial regions in Surakarta, in line with the previous norm, making Mangkunegara the 7 and the 8, one of the two king of Solo, Soloko. And in this way, they have served their political function as the patron entity. And also, we have also learned from some finance-related archives in the Rakso Pustoko that Japanese also supported the court financially. For example, I found some of the archives about the stipend or subsidy for education, penyelenggaraan pendidikan, operations of educational facilities, and in this way, they also have served their economic function. And now let us adopt Mangkunegaran perspective into this and see the situation of 1945 and to 1949 from the internal perspective. Let us ask the question: was the Indonesian state a logical successor to the previous patron? Because we cannot work in the framework of a new Indonesian country. Ini semua bersatu. Like we need to put ourselves in the past, and with this we need to also ask the question: could and would the Republic fulfill the political economic functions of the patron entity like the previous ones? And I think the events surrounding the revolution period in Surakarta will be the key to answering these questions. How was the picture of Indonesian government during revolution? Was they a very stable government or otherwise? Yeah, and I see three major characteristics of the Republican government observed by Mangkunegara the 8th via the letters he exchanged with Hussein Joyodiningrat. Firstly, Republican government lack of political consolidation. Mangkunegara the 8th observed the division between Syahrir Diplomasi Group yang menganjurkan diplomasi kepada Belanda dan Tan Malaka and Sudirman's Perjuangan Group. And also actually outside of Mangkunegara perspective, you could also find the Kali Bekasi tragedy, which many Japanese soldiers were slaughtered in Bekasi by Jago and Jawara. And this proves that the government has lost its authority in the mere 40 kilometers from Jakarta. Sangat lemah, bahkan hanya dekat dengan Jakarta tetapi tidak bisa mengatur. And secondly, it has a puzzling administrative and bureaucratic structure. Di dalam suratnya early in 1946, Mangkunegara said that Surakarta fell victim, menderita 4 macam pemerintahan, 4 different forms of administration. Di Kasunanan, Mangkunegaran, Direktorium, Komisaris Tinggi, dan kemudian it further lebih puzzling lagi ketika ada pemerintahan tentara. So it is a very puzzling administration in the eyes of Mangkunegara, the 8th. And thirdly, the Republic was very prone to military intimidation, both by external and internal forces. We can see that establishing the Republican government in Yogyakarta was strategic in one sense, but it's also exposed the weakness of the government against military threat. Next. These two is some depictions of how the diplomatic means, diplomasi, itu not very popular both in Indonesia and the Netherlands. Di sebelah kanan, or on our right side, we can see the poster made by the Dutch. It's depicting Wim Skammerhan and meeting with Sukarno and Hatta. And at the time, Sukarno and Hatta were deemed as fascist sympathizers. So Skammerhan was also blamed and very unpopular in the Netherlands because he was down to the idea of sitting together with these fascist collaborators. And the right one, it was from Indonesian side. Indonesian poster shows interestingly how the word diplomasi, which was Syahrir Group's jargon, diplomasi dengan Belanda, was used in a very different way, diplomasi bambu runcing. It might suggest that the approach sought by Syahrir Group should not be maintained but should be continued by weapons, by bambu runcing, by Perjuangan Way. Next slide, please. Okay, now, so I think now we can start to understand why Mangkunegara VIII did not swiftly sway to the arms of the Republic government, just like Jogja. The first thing is the interest, the economic and political interest remain unfulfilled, proven during the 1945 until 1949 period. And also the Indonesian government have a very weak bureaucracy, and this has given birth to a very chaotic and bewildering state of affairs concerning the line of command, the kebijakan yang terdengar di Solo. It's very puzzling during that time. And this kind of sense of perplexity filled the correspondence of Mangkunegara VIII yang saya baca. Next. So it was just simply illogical to associate oneself with the Republican in that period. It's just tidak masuk akal karena dia sangat unstable. And I think, this is another side of the story of the man and institution deemed as incapable or unready to answer the challenges of the era. While it is apparent that the Mangkunegaran court was reluctant to align itself to the Republic, karena kita lihat pada April 1946, Mangkunegara 8 itu gave a proclamation and the proclamation still highlighted the sovereignty of Mangkunegara over his own Mangkunegaran dominion. Jadi tidak di bawah pemerintah Republik, tetapi saya masih adalah orang yang berkuasa atas tanah Mangkunegaran, dan itu dilakukan April 1946 ketika obviously Jogja sudah lama mengasosiasikan diri dengan Republik. And such reluctance stem from a very reasonable background, that is the unstable state of the Republican government and the volatile information landscape in that period. Dan di dalam later suratnya Mangkunegara 8 juga seringkali menggunakan kata usaha pemerintah agung the Republican government gagal lagi, it's fail all over again, setelah menceritakan sangat banyak Hatta datang ke Surakarta dan segala macam, kemudian dia bilang tetapi juga gagal lagi. Itu yang dikatakan oleh Mangkunegara kepada Hussein pada waktu itu. Next please. Yeah. Lastly, I think the decline of Mangkunegara's status as a special region happened in 1950. The decisive factors actually lies within the Indonesian Revolution period, because it is during this period that the formation of perception between the Mangkunegara and the Republican government took place. So I think with this I will say thank you, matur nuwun, ngantos kepanggih malih, semoga bertemu lagi di lain kesempatan. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much, Mas Chris, for a very interesting research. And the next one, I invite Mas Bayu Aji to present your thoughts on perlawanan Sunan Kuning and etnis Tionghoa terhadap Pakubuwono II dan company dalam geger Pacinan berdasarkan hikayat Sunan Kuning dalam negeri Gagelang. The stage is yours.
Baik, selamat siang semua. Saya akan mempresentasikan menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Baik, next. Oke. Jadi mungkin teman-teman tidak asing ya dengan istilah geger Pacinan. Jadi geger Pacinan ini merupakan peristiwa sejarah berupa konflik pembantaian etnis Tionghoa di Batavia sekitar tahun 1940. Nah, pemicunya karena pada tahun tersebut banyak pabrik-pabrik yang dimiliki oleh orang-orang Tionghoa itu bangkrut, dan semakin tahun populasi masyarakat atau imigran dari Tionghoa itu semakin bertambah. Pada 1739 VOC mendata kurang lebih terdapat 10.000 penduduk Tionghoa yang ada di Batavia. Nah, kemudian karena semakin bertambahnya penduduk Tionghoa, lalu VOC semacam memperketat orang-orang Tionghoa yang hendak tinggal di Batavia. Jadi mereka yang tidak punya pekerjaan, kemudian mereka yang tidak ada izin tinggal itu dipulangkan kembali ke Cina. Namun banyak yang beredar bahwa orang-orang tersebut tidak dipulangkan, tetapi dibuang ke laut. Nah, hal ini memicu keresahan orang-orang Tionghoa. Lalu pada sekitar pada perayaan Imlek tahun 1740, VOC melakukan penyerangan terhadap orang-orang Tionghoa. Nah, akibatnya hal tersebut menimbulkan konflik, sudah mulai bergejolak antara etnis Tionghoa dengan VOC. Dan puncaknya itu pada sekitar Oktober, itu terjadi pembantaian massal orang-orang Tionghoa. Jadi mereka yang tidak bersalah yang tinggal di Batavia itu dibunuh dan mayatnya itu dibuang ke Sungai Angke. Nah, kurang lebih itu ada sekitar 10.000 orang Tionghoa yang terbunuh dalam peristiwa tersebut. Nah, kemudian etnis Tionghoa yang masih bertahan atau yang masih hidup itu sebagian mengungsi dan menyebar, dan kebanyakan mengungsi ke wilayah timur, terutama Semarang. Nah, ketika etnis Tionghoa itu berada di Semarang, mereka berkoalisi dengan masyarakat Jawa yang mereka memang tidak suka dengan kedatangan VOC. Nah, kemudian koalisi antara Tionghoa dan Jawa tersebut mendapat dukungan dari Raja Mataram pada saat itu, yaitu Sunan Pakubuwono II. Next. Nah, kemudian Sunan Pakubuwono II dan aliansi etnis Tionghoa dan Jawa itu bersepakat untuk mengusir VOC dari tanah Jawa. Kemudian jadi terjadi beberapa kali peperangan di beberapa wilayah seperti Semarang, kemudian Rembang, dan lain sebagainya. Lalu pada 13 Mei 1742 Sunan Pakubuwono itu menyuruh seluruh punggawa keraton dan bupati, 13 Mei 1741 itu menyuruh seluruh punggawa keraton untuk berjanji memerangi kompeni hingga mereka keluar dari wilayah Jawa. Nah, kemudian konflik ini dimulai ketika mereka melakukan penyerangan ke benteng kompeni di Kartosuro tahun 20 Juli 1741. Nah, penyerangan ini menyebabkan 10 orang VOC tewas dan bermulalah konflik besar antara Pakubuwono yang bersama koalisi Jawa dan Tionghoa memerangi VOC. Namun pada akhir 1741 pasukan Mataram dan koalisi Jawa Tionghoa itu melemah karena semakin banyak pasukan VOC yang datang. Jadi semacam Pakubuwono II itu terdesak sehingga pada Juni 1742 Sunan Pakubuwono itu berpaling. Jadi dia membalikan dukungan kepada VOC seperti itu. Nah, akibatnya terjadi banyak pemberontakan yang dilakukan oleh etnis Jawa dan Tionghoa yang kecewa atas sikap politik dari Pakubuwono II. Kemudian akibatnya pada masih di bulan yang sama, Juni 1742, Sunan Kuning atau Raden Mas Garendi atau yang dikenal sebagai Amangkurat V itu bertempur melawan Pakubuwono II. Nah, Sunan Kuning ini bertempur bersama Raden Mas Said, kemudian ada Kapiten Sepanjang, seperti itu. Lalu pada 29 Juni 1742 terjadi penyerangan yang besar. Lalu pada 30 Juni 1742 Sunan Kuning berhasil menduduki Keraton Kartosuro dan Pakubuwono II terusir sehingga mengungsi ke wilayah Madiun. sehingga oleh masyarakat etnis Jawa dan Tionghoa, Sunan Kuning dinobatkan sebagai Raja Mataram saat itu, yang bergelar Amangkurat atau yang disebut sebagai Amangkurat V. Namun meskipun Sunan Kuning sudah dinobatkan sebagai raja, perang ini belum berhenti karena pihak Pakubuwono II masih melakukan serangan balik terhadap Keraton Kartosuro yang sudah diduduki oleh Amangkurat V. Lalu pada November 1742 Amangkurat V berhasil dikepung oleh Pakubuwono, kemudian terdapat pasukan Madura dan VOC juga, sehingga membuat Sunan Amangkurat mengungsi atau pergi dari Keraton Kartosuro. Next. Nah, jadi Sunan Kuning itu merupakan nama lain ya dari Raden Mas Garendi atau Sunan Amangkurat V. Next. Nah, kemudian hikayat Susunan Kuning dalam negeri Gagelang. Jadi hikayat ini merupakan naskah Melayu yang ditulis pada tahun 1820 Masehi ditulis oleh Jain Abdurrahman. Dia seorang juru tulis yang diperintahkan oleh Kolonel Vansel untuk menulis hikayat ini. Next. Oke, jadi dalam hikayat ini itu bisa dilihat pada halaman pertama, bermula ada satu cerita orang dahulu kala bernama Maharaja Susunan Kuning dalam negeri Gagelang, terlalu amat besar kerajaannya dan gagah beraninya, tiada siapa yang berani lawan pada zaman itu, karena ia terlalu sakti dan banyak raja di bawah perintahnya yang takluk sama dia. Jadi itu bunyi hikayat pada halaman pertama. Next. Ya, kemudian diketahui bahwa penyalin naskah ini merupakan Jain Abdurrahman, diketahui dari kolofon yang ada pada halaman akhir naskah. Jadi itu berbunyi ini surat hikayat Tuan Kolonel Vansel yang empunya cetera. Kemudian yang punya cetera, Pangeran Susunan Kuning adanya tamat. Dan yang menulis surat ini yaitu Jain Abdurrahman 1820. Next. Nah, kemudian seperti apa perlawanan Sunan Kuning dalam hikayat Susunan Kuning dalam negeri Gagelang. Nah, yang pertama dari segi awal mula peperangan. Jadi versi hikayat ini perang itu dimulai karena Sunan Pakubuwono II yang memulai. Dalam hikayat disampaikan bahwa Alkisah maka tersebutlah perkataan Maharaja di negeri Daha bernama Pakubuwono Jayanegara. Ia hendak menyerang negeri Gagelang. Konon terlalu besar kerajaannya negeri itu, kepingin melihat gagah beraninya Susunan Kuning. Jadi dalam hikayat ini yang disampaikan bahwa Pakubuwono lah yang memulai perang dengan Susunan Kuning. Namun menurut sejarah yang memulai peperangan adalah Sunan Kuning karena kekecewaan atas berpalingnya pandangan politik dari Pakubuwono II yang berbalik mendukung VOC. Oke, next. Kemudian periode perang. Nah, menurut sejarah periode perang antara Sunan Kuning dan Pakubuwono ini berlangsung sekitar kurang lebih 2 tahun. Nah, dalam hikayat ini disampaikan bahwa kurang lebih sekitar 13 bulan penyerangan antara Pakubuwono dan Sunan Kuning. Jadi itu contoh penggalan kalimat dalam hikayat ini. Alkisah maka diceterakan oleh yang mempunyai cetera, tatkala Maharaja Pakubuwono berjalan ada kira-kira 13 bulan ia menyerang negeri Gagelang. Jadi diceritakan sekitar 13 bulan peperangan antara Sunan Kuning melawan Pakubuwono II. Next. Baik, kemudian pimpinan perang. Nah, jadi dalam hikayat ini, perang ini melibatkan banyak kepala daerah semacam tumenggung dan bupati. Selain itu, dalam hikayat juga disebutkan bahwa ketika Sunan Kuning melawan Pakubuwono, Pangeran Mangkubumi itu berada di pihak Pakubuwono II. Namun dalam sejarah, Pakubuwono bersama Kapitan dan Raden Mas Said itu pada pihak Sunan Kuning. Jadi terdapat perbedaan. Bisa dibaca sekali ringkan Maharaja Pakubuwono Jayanegara berjalan menuju negeri Gagelang dengan segala bala tentara masing-masing berjalan mengiringkan Maharaja Pakubuwono serta dengan Inang Bini Perawan jalan bumi berjalan unta yang hijau serta bala tentaranya. Seperti itu. Next. Pasukan perang dan persenjataan. Jadi dalam hikayat ini disampaikan bahwa dilengkapi senjata yang lengkap. Bedi, kemudian tameng, meriam, pedang, panah, lembing, dan keris. Lalu pasukannya pun disebutkan lebih dari 7 pasukan dalam hikayat ini. Kemudian dalam hikayat ini juga disampaikan bahwa Sunan Kuning memiliki istana yang memiliki tebal. Itu sebagai salah satu upaya untuk menghalau musuh ketika terjadi perang. Oke, next. Baik, simpulan. Jadi simpulan yang pertama adalah jika ditelisik lebih dalam terdapat kemiripan ya, karena terjadi perang antara Sunan Pakubuwono dan Sunan Kuning. Namun dalam hikayat ini bisa dilihat bahwa cerita tersebut sudah dibumbui cerita-cerita Panji dan tambahan cerita lain, sehingga hikayat Susunan Kuning dalam negeri Gagelang ini merupakan cerita fiksi atau ahistoris. Kemudian dalam hikayat ini beda dengan sejarah gitu. Jadi pemicu perang dalam hikayat ini adalah No 2. Lalu dalam hikayat ini diceritakan bahwa Sunan Kuning merupakan kubu yang menang, tetapi kenyataannya Pakubuwono II lah yang akhirnya menang, sehingga Sunan Amangkurat hanya bertahta dalam hitungan bulan saja. Kemudian dugaan saya, naskah ini difungsikan untuk melegitimasi kebaikan company. Karena apa? Karena dalam naskah tadi penyebutan company itu sangat sedikit dan lebih menceritakan bahwa Pakubuwono ingin menguasai, ingin memerangi Sunan Kuning seperti itu. Padahal awal mula atau intrik dari geger pecinan ini adalah VOC seperti itu. Sekian dari saya, terima kasih.
All right, thank you very much, Mas Bayu Aji, especially on your thoughts regarding Geger Pacinan in the perspective of Hikayat Susunan Kuning dalam negeri Gagelang. So before we start the Q&A session, I'd like to invite Mas Wayan Zara to give a quick review on the 3 topics being discussed by the previous speakers. Take your time, Mas Wayan.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak kepada Pak Chair dan seluruh panel hari ini. Awalnya saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih sekali karena ketiga pembicara di sini membuka sumber-sumber yang sampai sekarang tidak begitu banyak dipakai ya untuk topik-topik sejarah masing-masing. Dan saya rasa selalu dengan membuka sumber-sumber baru dan lahan empiris baru itu tidak mungkin tidak kita menemukan pandangan-pandangan yang baru juga. Jadi saya sangat kagum dan terima kasih untuk ketiga kontribusi ini. Pertama, for Martin, I have a number of observations. I think that the question, the importance of agreement and the documentation of agreement is particularly fascinating, which is why I think your project overall is a really important one, because we have the question of what makes power acceptable in the world. And the very strong message that came through from your talk, and certainly theorized by Grotius, is that legitimacy in the sense of being consistent with a formal agreement for which we lack documentation in many regions apart from Java. Legitimization is an issue that comes up in all three talks, I think, but I'll address it first with my response to Martin. I wonder what the relationship is between a concept of power that's based on legitimization, which comes from very much the Dutch perspective, and one that's based on the naturalization of power. I read a lot of the Javanese sources when we look at concepts like Teja or the court as a center of the universe. I think there's a distinction between the idea of kingship as naturalized. It's impossible to deny because it's simply part of the world as it exists, and the more narrow concept of legitimization that comes out of the competition between particular factions. So Martin talked about factions. Whether a particular candidate is suitable to become king or to rule, is that a question of legitimacy, as in that is following a pre-existing agreement, or is it a fact of nature because that candidate received the wahyu, because Sakti resides in him or her? Those things are not amenable to negotiation, it's simply a fact. So I wonder when in the discussion of Banten, for example, whether we have both legitimization and naturalization happening at the same time or supporting each other. That the Javanese conception of the right of a particular prince to become king is a natural fact. And then in order to support Dutch or to garner Dutch support for that decision, a legitimization process comes through the treaty making. So it'll be interesting to see how those two different conceptions interact, particularly as the period progresses and we have more and more true power, which is what I wanted to talk to you about next, which is that, again, like I mentioned before, what is the impetus for this power? So I would like to ask Martin what you think of what I understand to be Rick Leff's analysis of the late 17th, early 18th century, which is one in which on the one hand, the contracts are giving pretexts for war or giving pretexts for expansion, but also they seem to be in a vicious cycle whereby the breaking of the contracts necessitates more engagement with both sides. But side really wants to uphold because it's too expensive. And the question is, if it's too expensive, then why? Why is it that that the VOC and the Javanese state throughout this period seem to be engaging in this downward spiral where they keep having to engage with each other in order to make up for lost ground, but in fact, at extremely high cost to both sides. And this, I think, perhaps thematically connects to what I would like to ask Christopher. Saya sangat terkesan dengan konsep patron entity ini. Saya rasa ini sangat berguna untuk analisa kita. Bagaimana dari zaman ke zaman. Karena disangkal lagi bahwa Jawa dalam arti keraton-keraton Jawa itu dari abad ke-18, ke-20 itu tidak lagi siapa lagi yang menguasai produksi, siapa lagi yang menguasai ekonomi, itu jelas perlahan-perlahan itu bukan lagi keraton, kecuali dalam satu misalnya Mangkunegaran 4 dan sebagainya, itu dalam rangkaian lebih besar. Jadi pertanyaan saya buat Mas Christopher itu, bagaimanakah dan mengapa keraton-keraton Jawa, biarpun mereka memiliki status dan prestasi yang sangat tinggi, mengapa mereka tidak pernah bisa kembali mengambil alih kembali kuasa real atas produksi material, atas produksi militer? Apakah karena terlalu terikat pada patron mereka, khususnya pada zaman awal abad ke-20, di mana entitas-entitas baru itu memang bisa muncul untuk membangun kekuasaan real mereka, misalnya TNI atau kelompok-kelompok pergerakan lain yang dari nol bisa dikatakan, akhirnya pada saat revolusi itu memang bisa bergerak dan bertindak secara nyata, sedangkan keraton-keraton masih mencari patron. Dan sepertinya ya, yang saya dengar, mungkin saya tanya apakah Mas Christopher setuju atau tidak, posisi keraton itu sampai terbatas pada memilih jagonya gitu. Jadi kalau memilih benar, oke lah, aman. Kalau memilih salah, kacau gitu. Apakah memang begitu situasi keraton-keraton karena mereka tidak bisa membangun modal dan kekuasaan yang nyata, ataukah mungkin ada jalan keluar tapi tidak tercapai? Itu pertanyaan saya. Nah, terakhir buat Mas Bayu, saya tentu sangat tertarik dengan sumber yang dipakai, Mas, karena melintas beberapa topik-topik di historiografi yang menarik. Pertama, bagaimana bisa muncul di abad ke-19 suatu historiografi yang disebut dalam ceramahnya ini sebagai ahistoris dan fiksi. Saya mau fokus di situ padahal beberapa hal. Menyimpang dari fakta sejarah seperti kita ketahui. Dan saya tertarik sebenarnya fokus atau maksud dari teks ini sepertinya apa. Kalau kita bayangkan situasi pembaca pada saat itu, apakah mereka itu menerima dan membaca ini sebagai fiksi atau fakta gitu. Kalau fiksi, sebenarnya bagaimanakah itu bisa melegitimasi sesuatu? Kalau misalnya ini menceritakan hal-hal yang sebenarnya tidak terjadi, dan kita semua tahu tidak terjadi memang, bahwa begitu menyimpang dari kesadaran orang pada saat itu, sehingga itu tidak nyata. Jadi kalau tidak nyata, bagaimana itu bisa berfungsi sebagai legitimasi? Atau sebaliknya, kalau emang itu diterima sebagai kenyataan, berarti negara Daha, negara Kediri itu memang benar-benar mempunyai sejarah ini yang beda, berarti apakah itu mirip dengan situasi lebih modern, di mana misalnya sejarah itu bukanlah satu kebenaran, tapi malah versi A, versi B, versi C gitu. Apakah dalam bayangan Mas Bayu itu yang terjadi? Mengapa teks ini tertulis? Oke, jelas di bawah patronase Belanda ya. Tapi patronase itu apakah karena mereka berusaha untuk merebut cuman untuk sekadar melihat memperlihatkan ini sebaik VOC dan sebagainya, atau memang mereka tuh berusaha untuk mendorong kayak historiografi alternatif gitu? Itu yang saya pertanyaan di mata saya. Sebenarnya apa yang diharapkan oleh patron kolonel Konselor ini dengan penulisnya itu di dunia nyata itu, dengan cerita yang sesungguhnya tidak bisa dipercaya kan, karena sudah jauh melampaui fakta. Jadi terima kasih banyak, itu sekian dari saya.
All right, thank you very much, Mas Wayan. I believe that everybody has taken note from Mas Wayan. Maybe if you want to, if you have answers from Mas Wayan. Okay.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you very much, Mas Wayan. I think those are interesting and relevant comments. So let me start with that distinction between sort of legalization of power and sorts of. You have a huge debate in your league come from. Where does the right to rule or the right to conclude treaties come from? And at the time, the majority of legal theorists, including Grotius, believe in natural law, so nature as a source of law. So law is just given, law exists. So any sort of agreement you make or any form of law that is concluded, it derives from the natural situation, basically. So that is also why engaging in war after breaking a treaty is legit. I mean, that is just basically its might is right. It's basically what it says is if you have a king and the king dies, that is probably just the logic cause of some event, and that means that if a new king comes, if a new prince becomes king, then that's just, I mean, that's supposedly because the previous king, he's no longer, he no longer has power wherever it comes from. It's just everything is logic, basically. It's presumed, law is presumed to be given. So both, that's interesting, but in the 17th century, both the Dutch and all the other European players and these Indonesian polities and kings and sultans, they all believe in the same source for power, actually. That starts changing in the 18th century when a new paradigm takes place and replaces that idea of natural law, and that's positive law, the idea that law is actually created and written by man as a form of legitimization of reality. To the Indonesian partners, that doesn't matter that much. They will just keep believing in their chronicles and in the natural order. What happens to the Dutch is that it creates a lot of problems for the Dutch, because whenever something happens that they didn't predict or that doesn't suit their reality, they have to rewrite their entire archives, basically. That's what they constantly do. And this is also what they do in the 19th century. If a king dies, for instance, and it's not planned, so it's not this king is murdered, for instance, or so if that happens, if there's a palace revolt, what the Dutch starts doing is immediately seek a way to legitimize this king, rewrite the corpus of law, rewrite all the treaties they have with him to re-legitimize the new existing political situation, in order to continue legitimizing their presence. So then it's no longer given by God or given by a situation of nature, but invented by man. That means that men are responsible for writing law and for creating these treaties, and that shifts the idea of who is responsible for what source of power. Why do they keep engaging in these war, this endless cycle of war treaty making? Yeah, it's sort of a gamble. It's because the amount of resources that Java and other places have to offer are just worth it. And in many cases, it's a great risk that the Dutch run, but sometimes also that the local rulers run. And you can see it clearly in the case of Ternate. Sultan Kaitili Sibor Amsterdam, he just made a decision. He decided that he might be better off allying with the English. That's what this was about, seeking new alliances with other surrounding polities and with the British. And at that point in time, at that moment, he thought that would be a better guess or better gamble than continuing his alliance with the Dutch. And that was the wrong gamble, and that cost him. But nonetheless, he managed to secure his dynasty. So, I mean, but the stakes were high, yes. And it's also, I think, I mean, this is not fatalistic. It's not as if both parties are, they constantly go all in, and it's, it's also, I think, a process of very calculated strategizing, because whenever the Dutch would conclude, say, a treaty with some ruler in some part of Indonesia, they would exclude another part or elsewhere in Indonesia, for instance, right? So you need to see this in the context of the larger scheme that the Dutch at the time have going on in Asia. And for instance, sometimes concluding a treaty is just a way to outcompete European rivals, right? No matter the cost. So, and that is a gamble sometimes, but it's on the long run, it worked up until deep into the 18th century at least. What makes power acceptable? So why does this sort of become so why this administration, and don't we see that in previous pre-Islamic times already? Yes, of course, political agreements do exist, but they don't exist in such format on paper. And what is particularly interesting about these treaties is because they become more extensive and increasingly extensive and bigger and bigger. And so the first basic treaty that the Dutch conclude is with Banten, and it's just like an alliance of friendship in 1596. And the last treaty from the Dutch East India Company era, I think, is 1801 or so with the Cirebon. And by then that treaty is like 40 pages long with 27 articles. And by the end of the 19th, beginning of the 20th century, we have standardized contracts of 100 articles, and then they're like books. And what is interesting is that the terms included in that's not something that rulers before would agree on by putting their signature or a seal. They would never agree on opening their harbors perpetually. You have these standardized phrases on eternal friendship and alliance, etc. But underneath those, those formalities, there are actual terms and agreements that these rulers then agree on. And that is new. That is something you don't see before. Opening up your harbor, which flags you can use on your ship, whether you're allowed to engage in slave trade or not. All those things, like everything, all the activities these rulers engage in are put in that treaty. And that is quite something, actually, as an Indonesian ruler, as a sultan, to commit to something like that. And it's quite interesting that these sultans apparently do that to just to ensure they can maintain these ties and relationships with Europeans.
Terima kasih. Terima kasih bicara atas komentarnya. Sangat menarik, satu pertanyaan yang kalau saya tanyakan, saya tidak menemukan jawaban yang cukup memuaskan, karena ya saya dari tadi berpikir kenapa yang menyebabkan betul keraton tidak bisa punya role yang menentukan. Kenapa dia tidak ambil role yang menentukan seperti TNI, seperti kaum-kaum nasionalis? Mungkin kalau saya tanyakan terus akan kembali lagi ke jawaban Hauben lagi, bahwa ini karena dia sudah terpasifikasi, tergantung kepada Eropa. Tetapi tetap saya tidak puas juga dengan jawaban itu. Tetapi mungkin satu dimensi yang terjadi di tahun 1940-an, mungkin karena dia tidak punya alternatif lain. Dari tadi saya berpikir alternatif apa yang mungkin bisa dia ambil dibanding dia mencari patron. Karena itu juga yang dilakukan oleh Yogyakarta, meskipun mungkin dia punya resource yang lebih banyak, tetapi dia juga tetap mencari patron. Dan mungkin sebabnya dia mencari patron adalah karena zaman itu tidak punya lagi ruang untuk dia. Kalau misal zaman itu yang sedang berkembang adalah pemerintahan oleh rakyat, kemudian ketika dia mengikuti arus itu, kalaupun itu dimungkinkan, dari mana lagi dia mendapatkan legitimasi? Tidak ada tempat untuk feodalisme lagi pada periode itu. Jadi mungkin karena zaman itu yang menyebabkan dia juga harus tetap memilih patron. Siapa yang mau saya ikut, siapa yang paling tepat untuk saya ikuti. The age doesn't give a ruang, doesn't give a space untuk dia bisa memilih alternatif lain. Itu mungkin jawaban sementara saya, tapi ini pertanyaan yang menarik, saya harus pikirkan lagi. Dan sepanjang ini saya kembali lagi ke jawaban Hauben, karena pasifikasi, karena ketergantungan ekonomi, tetapi itu lagi saya tidak puas juga kalau harus kembali ke situ lagi. Mungkin itu untuk sementara. Kita bisa diskusikan lebih lanjut nanti. Terima kasih.
Oke, baik. Pertanyaannya sangat menarik. Jadi mengapa teks ini tertulis dan bagaimana masyarakat pada saat itu, apakah mereka menganggap bahwa teks ini adalah merupakan teks ahistoris atau teks historis? Nah, berdasarkan pandangan saya sendiri, menurut saya teks ini ditulis mungkin untuk membersihkan nama company karena teks ini juga lahir 80 tahun pasca peristiwa Geger Pacinan yang mana itu banyak korban yang tewas atau dibantai seperti itu, sehingga mungkin bagi masyarakat yang dia belum atau tidak mengetahui cerita atau sejarah yang sebenarnya, dia akan percaya dengan hikayat yang ada. Terlebih dalam hikayat-hikayat Melayu banyak hikayat yang mengagungkan pemimpin-pemimpinnya seperti itu. Dan patron dari hikayat-hikayat Melayu itu ketika ada perang atau semacamnya, pasti tokoh yang baik yang selalu menang seperti itu. Mungkin itu saja.
All right, thank you for the answers, dear speakers. We have 15 minutes left, so I'd like to open the Q&A session. And I'd like to invite maybe 3 participants to ask a question. Please say the question in a brief way and to whom the question is being addressed. Right. Okay, from Mas Adrian, yeah.
Thank you very much for really fascinating all the presenters here. For Martin, I'm wondering about the same question, but really specific question on the Treaty of Salatiga. So I'm wondering because where is actually located if is the primary document of the Treaty of Salatiga, and how about the continuation about this treaty, because I mean the afterlife of Mangkunegara as a polity, as authority actually is slightly or even very different from what it's stated in the treaty itself. I mean, in the treaty, for instance, one of them is it's not a hereditary right to the Prince Mangkunegara the first, or even we couldn't call himself as the first because it's not hereditary. It's only a Pangeran Miji, they call it. And how about if it's a refuge, then what is the revision? Is that in a treaty or just in a policy making in the bureaucracy of the Netherlands Indies government? That's my question to Martin and to Christopher. Actually, really, saya sangat juga banyak mendapat manfaat karena jujur salah satu chapter yang buat saya bingung dalam pekerjaan saya gitu kan. Chapter terkait ini memang terkait masa revolusi sendiri. Dan terutama apakah Mangkunegara 8 ya terutama. Apa karena waktu itu coba misalnya Gusti ke-7 masih Sugeng, apakah itu menurut Mas Christopher apakah itu akan lain gitu kan? Karena ya banyak hal yang berbeda gitu kan. Ini sekedar bukan bukan berandai-andai, tapi kita kan juga kalau mau kritis terhadap sejarah kan jangan terjebak ke teleologis, tapi kalau seandainya gitu kan itu bisa masih hidup seperti apa. Terima kasih.
Alright, thank you very much, Mas Sudan. A very interesting question. Maybe another participant? Yeah, okay. Mas.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wahyu. I only have one question for Martin. I'm curious about earlier treaty making between kingdoms in Southeast Asia and European power. So my question, in what way they communicate to each other in order to create an agreement, whether they already have translation service in the past, especially between 16th up to 18th century. Thank you.
Okay, from Mas Wahyu ya. Thank you, Mas Wahyu. And the last one? Yes.
Baik, terima kasih. Saya Alnoza yang speaker tadi pagi. Pertanyaan saya arahkan ke Mas Christopher Reinhardt. Kebetulan karena kami juga berdiskusi soal topik yang Mas Christopher angkat hari ini. Sebetulnya kan ketika kita berbicara soal monarki-monarki Jawa periode peralihan menuju kemerdekaan itu kan responnya berbeda-beda dan mungkin sudah dijelaskan tadi. Dan saya sendiri pernah memikirkan soal strategi yang dilakukan oleh HB9 di Jogja begitu berkenaan dengan reaksi pada masa pendudukan Jepang gitu. Nah, saya melihat di sana dan saya juga pernah berbicara pada Mas Christopher bahwa HB9 Sri Sultan itu banyak mengeluarkan simbol-simbol politik yang kesannya itu revivalis gitu, menggali lagi beberapa simbol-simbol politik Jawa yang sudah berlaku masa-masa sebelumnya begitu. Dan itu saya aplikasikan salah satunya pada Selokan Mataram yang ada di Jogja begitu. Nah, apakah kemudian pada kasus Mangkunegoro ke-8 di Mangkunegaran, apakah simbol-simbol politik itu juga muncul begitu? Ada semangat revivalisme juga pada masa-masa seperti itu karena kalau yang saya lihat gitu ada satu gejala di mana peristiwa ini kan peristiwa peralihan gitu ya, dan sebagaimana kita tahu bahwa masyarakat Jawa punya pandangan sendiri terhadap peristiwa-peristiwa semacam itu begitu. Terutama khususnya mungkin kalau kita bisa lebih jauh itu arahnya ke misalnya masa-masa zaman Edan gitu kan ya, atau zaman Kaliuga mungkin kalau di masa-masa sebelumnya begitu. Nah itu apakah ada begitu Mas Christopher? Mungkin cukup sekian dari saya.
Thank you. Dari Mas siapa tadi?
Noza.
Noza.
Ya.
All right, thank you. Three participants. There are several questions being addressed to the speaker. Maybe first, I'd like to invite Martin to answer a question from us, Adrian.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Adrian. That's interesting. The Treaty of Salatiga. I haven't seen any original version of that treaty. So you have a couple of these sort of marking treaties in history in Indonesia, like the Treaty of Manggaya between the Dutch and Makassar, or the Treaty of Gianti, of course. And those two I located in Arsip Nasional. It's in a secret vault. You need special permission to see them. Luckily, the majority of those treaties, that's not the case. You can just request them in Arsip Nasional and they'll just show up. And I think usually for the majority of them, there are like 4 or 6 originals, like actual text in 2 or 3 languages that are signed and presented with a seal. So 2 or 3 for each partner. And then there are endless and endless of copies. So you do find plenty of copies of the Treaty of Salatiga, in the majority of them in Dutch, so for the Dutch administration. And I don't believe there is an original copy left here in Mangkunegaran either. It's quite interesting. It's an interesting treaty because it's supposedly the foundational treaty of Mangkunegaran, but I don't think it marks the foundation of Mangkunegaran. What marks the foundation of Mangkunegaran, I think, is the Treaty of Gianti, because that's the moment when Raden Masaid realized that yes, this is possible. You can establish yourself as a prince, you can establish yourself as an independent ruler, because that is, of course, what the Pangeran Mangkubumi had done, and which is the reason why he continued to wage war for 2 years. And the Dutch were well aware. They knew that at some point they had to give in. It was just a question of who is going to run out of resources the soonest. If Raden Masaid would have run out of resources, he would have probably surrendered and returned to the court of Surakarta, and that didn't happen. And the Dutch at some point realized, like, this is going to cost us too much. Let's just give this guy a part of the realm as well. And that's how he got established. Very pragmatic, and I think that is what signals the behavior of these princes throughout Indonesian history. So a pragmatic approach to bearing international relations with the Dutch and in trying to gain as much as you can. The way these treaties were concluded and communicated, it's very interesting. None of these treaties are ever concluded by the ruler himself. They always send envoys. So the Treaty of Gianti, for instance, is concluded, or say the previous treaty, that's a more interesting one. The final treaty of Pakubuwono II with the Dutch on, say, relatively equal terms is concluded by all his viceroys, his pati, and also, of course, the Pangeran Mangkubumi, who are at that point in time supposedly still loyal to him. And that's interesting because, of course, at that moment, these people have their own schemes going on. So they are the ones who conclude that treaty. And how do they do that? How do they communicate? So some of the Dutch governors, including at the time, what's his name, Baron van Hohendorf? Yes, was fluent in Malay and I think relatively fluent in Javanese. I think so. But they always brought translators and transcribes. And that is actually quite important and interesting, because these people had quite a huge impact. So the scribes and the translators on what the treaty looked like, because they were actually the people who determined how do we translate specific words from one language to the other. And what they would do is they would have small sorts of mini conferences on the side of the treaty, for instance, in Salatiga or in Gianti, with all the translators and scribes together, and then the sort of the big guys, the Dutch governor and the princes standing in the background actually, and sort of trying to understand what is going on, while the translators were making the decisions. And then it would that needed to be cross-read. So these translators would work together basically, so of both sides. And of course, that then would needed to be cross-checked and referenced by other translators. So there's always like this sort of process of checking each other. But it's quite interesting and important because this is a group of people that we usually overlook: scribes, clerks, translators, and they're basically the people who wrote the archives, right? And that I think would give them quite a lot of agency. So it's an interesting question.
Thank you, Martin. And Mas Chris?
Oke, terima kasih Mas. Saya akan jawab pertanyaan Mas Adrian dulu. Apakah kalau Mangkunegara 7 masih hidup pada periode revolusi, apakah akan ada sejarah mungkin agak sedikit berbeda? Ya banyak dipercaya mungkin seperti itu. Banyak dipercaya kalau Mangkunegara 7 masih hidup, mungkin trajektorinya, nasib dari Mangkunegaran mungkin agak lebih berbeda. Tetapi ini di luar riset ini, kalau kita perhatikan dari sisi pemerintah pemerintah Indonesia, maksud saya pemerintah Indonesia, ada satu deal break bahwa mereka tidak mau ada 2 daerah istimewa di Surakarta. Bahkan paling tidak sampai dikeluarkannya maklumat tahun 1949, mereka tidak mau ada 2 daerah istimewa yang berbeda. Nah, kemudian kalau kita memasukkan ini ke pertanyaan tadi, apakah masih hidupnya Mangkunegara 7 akan mengubah pendirian Mangkunegaran? Kalau menurut saya justru tidak, karena Mangkunegara 7 jauh lebih senior, jauh lebih signifikan, jauh lebih punya wibawa yang tentu saja beliau mungkin tidak mau menjadi bawahan dari Surakarta. Jadi tetap ada masalah yang tetap berlangsung meskipun Mangkunegara 7 masih hidup. Itu mungkin itu salah satu hal yang bisa menjawab mungkin, tapi kita perlu riset lebih jauh mungkin kalau untuk mau menjawab pertanyaan itu dengan lebih ekstensif. Kemudian pertanyaan kedua dari Mas Alnoza, apakah ada ciri revivalisme pada periode Mangkunegara 8? Mungkin sebelumnya saya harus memberi catatan bahwa bahan-bahan yang saya gunakan untuk riset ini sangat terbatas, hanya surat-surat dan beberapa arsip yang menyatakan pendirian pribadi Mangkunegara 8, dan di dalam situ tidak ada ciri-ciri revivalisme. Bahkan menyambung lagi ke jawaban kepada pertanyaan Mas Adrian, beliau sendiri merasa cukup junior, bahkan dalam surat-surat kepada Hussein terlihat sekali bahwa apa yang dia coba raih dengan surat-suratnya kepada Hussein adalah meminta pertimbangan bagaimana menurut Kang Mas tentang keadaan yang ada di Pura Mangkunegaran yang seperti ini. Jadi di situ belum ada ciri yang menandakan bahwa dia mau melihat Gusti Mangkunegara 8 mau melihat ke masa yang lebih lampau. Justru dia merasa bahwa saya harus meminta pendapat dari senior members dari Pura Mangkunegaran. Mungkin itu yang bisa saya jawab. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Mas Chris, for the answer. And now maybe the last question from Mas Wahyu. In what way they communicate? Interest to you, alright? To Mas Wahyu? Yeah, one question. One more question. I believe that in what way they communicate.
I think I answered that. So through the translators and the scribes, right? Yeah. So the process of negotiation and how the treaties. Did I answer the question? Where is Maswani? Yes, satisfactorily. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right. So we should agree that we have a very interesting, exciting discussion this afternoon, but unfortunately we are running out of time. And the Q&A session just marks the end of panel 5. Thank you, Mas Bayu Aji, Martin Fritz, and Mas Wayan for joining us today. Let's give them a round of applause once more time. My apology if I'm mistaken. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Now I'm giving back the time to Master of Ceremony.
Thank you, Mr. Wildy, and thank you all the presenters today, and also for the questions and the nice discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe our panelists would like to have a picture first. We still have one more panel discussion at 4 o'clock, and we will have 30 minutes break. We have the snacks already provided at the right side of the room. Please enjoy your snacks and coffee break.
Para hadirin yang kami hormati, acara pada saat ini adalah istirahat. Bagi yang ingin menunaikan ibadah sholat asar bisa menunaikan di musola sebelah Rekso Pustoko atau juga bisa menunaikan ibadah sholat di Masjid Al-Wusto sebelah barat Pura Mangkunegaran. Dan bagi yang tidak melaksanakan sholat bisa menikmati hidangan yang sudah disediakan oleh panitia. Selamat menikmati.
to send his son together with
cek 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 krungu ra Pak sing
Good afternoon, selamat siang. My name is Hans van den Akker, and I'm very sorry not to be there at your event in the international conference in the Mangkunegaran in Solo. But we created a small Japanese atmosphere here in our
anggonku ngenteni ngenteni sliramu ning kene tak tunggu nganti saelingmu mongso rendang wis ganti ketika apa kowe ra krasa yen kowe isih seneng lan tresno kudune kowe krasa nalikane ing tirta nadi ngenteni tekane bis wayah wengi tanganmu tak kanti kowe ngucap janji lunga mesti bali.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start in a few minutes. Please be seated.
Para hadirin yang kami hormati, acara akan segera dimulai. Mohon kepada seluruh tamu undangan yang masih ada di luar ruangan untuk segera menempati ruangan ini karena acara akan segera kita mulai.
Rasane, 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 rasane koyo ngene. Ning kene, ning kene, ning kene aku ngenteni kowe. Aku kangen, kangenku mung kanggo kowe.
Yes, hallo Hans.
Hallo.
Hans, hoor je ons?
Ja, ik hoor je.
Steek je duim op, wij horen jij nog niet.
Hoor je mij nog?
Volgens mij hoort hij ons. En we hebben beeld. Ja, oké. Terima kasih. Ada suara. Kita bisa dengar. Oh ja, harus plug in. Well spannend. Gaat goed, oké. We beginnen met het panel, Hans. Je bent de tweede of de derde, geloof ik. We spelen jouw video en dat komt helemaal goed.
Bedankt. Rasane, 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 rasane koyo ngene. Ning kene, ning kene, ning kene aku ngenteni kowe. Aku kangen, kangenku mung kanggo kowe. Nalikane ing tirta nadi ngenteni tekane bis wayah wengi tanganmu tak kanti kowe ngucap janji lunga mesti bali rasane ngitung nganti lali wis pirang tahun anggonku ngenteni ngenteni sliramu ning kene tak tunggu nganti saelingmu mongso rendang wis ganti ketika apa kowe ra krasa yen kowe isih seneng lan tresno kudune kowe krasa nalikane ing tirta nadi.
The honorable guests, eminent speakers, and all the participants, we will begin the sixth and the final panel discussion. This session will be chaired by Mr. Christopher S. Lebe, and we will have Professor Ben Arps as the discussant. In this session, we have three speakers, three presenters. The first is Mr. Sumarsam, and the second is Mr. Hans van den Akker, who joined us online via Zoom. And then we will have Ms. Ajeng Araini Kasih and Mr. Adrian Perkasa. To all the presenters and the chairs, please come forward.
Para hadirin yang kami hormati, untuk melanjutkan sesi diskusi panel yang ke-6, akan dipandu oleh Raden Ngabei Christopher S. Lebe dan akan dibahas oleh Profesor Ben Arps. Dan untuk para panelis ada 3. Yang pertama ada Bapak Sumarsam, yang kedua ada Mr. Hans van den Acker yang join melalui Zoom. Kemudian yang terakhir ada Ajeng Ara Inikasih dan Adrian Perkasa. Kepada seluruh panelis, chair dan discussion untuk mempersiapkan diri.
To Mr. Christopher, the chair is yours.
Yes. Good afternoon, all participants, observers, keynote speaker, and also all committees involved today. Let me first to introduce myself. My name is Christopher Lebe. I am from Mangkunegaran, and today I will be the chair for panel 6 with the topic of global engagements of Japanese culture, arts, religions, and knowledge exchanges of the Indonesian court. There will be 3 panelists for today. The first is Sumarsam, and then Ajeng Arainikasih and Adrian Perkasa, and also Mr. Hans van den Acker, who will be joining us online. Pak Sumarsam will talk about reading Japanese society through cultural performances, while Ajeng Arainikasih and Adrian Perkasa will talk about colonial politics, knowledge production, and the museums of the Japanese courts. And Hans van den Acker will talk about the visit from Prince Haryo Gondosiriwoyo of Mangkunegaran and Gamelan to Arnhem. So, without taking too much time, today I will let our first speaker, Pak Sumarsam, to deliver his paper. Pak Sumarsam, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Sebetulnya ini sudah waktunya untuk goro-goro, tapi sudah lewat goro-goronya. Tapi ternyata ini juga akhir panel, berarti ini adalah gong. Nah, itu lebih penting karena gong itu menjaga keseimbangan dunia, kan begitu. Saya catat bahwa yang ada di sana itu tidak bisa baca, maka saya sudah memberikan itu kutipan di sana, yang itu kan sudah ada di sana juga. Nanti yang bagian kedua akan saya tunjukkan di mana itu ada relevansinya. Saya mencurahkan hidup saya selama beberapa sudah many decades itu sebagai pengerawit. Nah, itu agak meriayani itu namanya pengerawit itu. Sebetulnya adalah penabuh. Itu pun masih meriayani. Karena saya dari rakyat jelata dari desa, itu justru namanya nyogo. Ya. Maka saya ingin membuka presentasi saya dengan suatu pengalaman saya sendiri sebagai nyogo. As a young gamelan players with aspiration of becoming a great musician, I and a few friends were told that playing paying homage to Mbah Soekarno by visiting his grave in Nguter, Sukoharjo, could help us achieve our goal. According to tradition, Mbah Soekarno was a legendary musician, also puppeteer, of the past century, believed to have the power to help aspiring musicians. But my friends and I did not have much information about Mbah Soekarno, when and why he was known as a legendary musician and puppeteer, Dalang. The point is, as a young man interested in exploring all sorts of experience in life, including mysticism, I cannot forget that ritual experience. Whether or not I become a great musician, that's for me to know and for you to find out. During the summer of 2022, I attended and gave presentation at the Euro Southeast Asia conference in Paris. Months before departing for Paris, the ritual I did in Nguter came to my mind. As at this time, though, I would like to pay homage to a well-known composer, Claude Debussy, which I did. It is well known that Debussy heard and watched gamelan performance and Japanese dances at the 1889 Paris Exposition. And the influence of gamelan on some of his compositions has been extensively discussed and debated among the scholars. About which gamelan repertoire Debussy was influenced by and which gamelan group he had heard at the Paris Exposition, they have been the subject unending discussions and debate. Number 2. Yeah. In any event, it is widely known that an operatic dance drama Langendrian from the Mangkunegaran Palace was often mentioned as the feature dance presented at the exposition. This fact has contributed to the common assumption that what Debussy heard was Japanese court gamelan music and dance. However, evidence from ethnographical and colonial perspective paint a different picture. Actually, the main performing group at the exposition came from a tea plantation in Paraan Salak in West Java. They performed Sundanese gamelan and dance repertoires. Why performing group from a tea plantation? Because the primary aim of the Dutch entrepreneurs who dispatched and the commercial size by selling all sorts of agricultural products earned through colonial exploitation. Aside from commercial advertisement, the display of various ethnic groups from around the world at the exposition was intended to show the colonies as ethnographical and anthropological objects, portraying the represented villages as primitive lifestyle of the lower strata of civilization. But why did the organizer included the performance of an operatic Langendrian from the Palace of Mangkunegaran? This seems to be contradictory since Langendrian represented court cultural expressions. My speculation is that by the 19th century, most likely a certain circle of European had come to admire and be fascinated by Japanese performing arts from the Surakarta and Yogyakarta. This could explain why Langendrian, one of the most sophisticated, complicated court performance repertoire, was invited to join in the Paraan Salak group to perform at the exposition. What will be fascinating to discover is how did Sundanese musicians from Paraan Salak accompanied the Mangkunegaran's palace dances. Unfortunately, there are no audio recording available of the performance at the 1889 exposition available. However, a scratchy cylinder wax recording of the Langendrian performance from 4 years later at the 1893 Chicago Columbian World Exhibition has been preserved. Perhaps the same type of dance performance in Chicago was also performed at the Paris Exposition. The recording shows that the Sundanese musicians simplified Langendrian's accompaniment by repeatedly playing a short Japanese piece we now know called Lantaran Kembang Jeruk. Returning to Paris, if the dance from Mangkunegaran were performed at the 1893 Chicago Columbian Exhibition was the same type of one performed in the 1889 Paris Exposition. The question is, do we have to be disappointed that Debussy did not listen to the real court dance and music? Rather, he listened to Sundanese music and a hybrid mixture of simplified music performed by Sundanese musicians to accompany Langendrian. This is, of course, rhetorical questions. The point is that the international intercultural dialogues have brought about heterogeneous perspective from both the production of artistic display by performers and the productions of knowledge by scholars. Now, the text. Clearly, the world exhibition serves a platform cultural experience. People could encounter a diverse range of foreign cultures, albeit temporarily. This is different than intercultural experience which commonly happen in many societies, since such intercultural experience is not only temporary experience but a way of life. It contributes to the formulation of cultural of society's hybrid cultural tradition. This means that in such cultural transformation, cultural artifacts, ideology, and knowledge are not only being observed and handed by the recipient, but also reproduced them in different ways of hybrid cultural landscape. On a smaller scale, the reproduction of hybrid cultural performances also occurred during the World Exposition on the Paris Exposition. This implies that there is a parallel between the formation of society's hybrid cultural tradition and the cultural reproduction within the context of World Exhibition. My point is is that a socio-cultural performances and ritual of any society can be seen as a display, a spectacle, a realization of interculturally and interreligiously based hybrid society. With this in mind, let us consider a description of a celebration of the Kanjeng Gusti Mangkunegaran, the first birthday, as described in Serat Babat Nitik Mangkunegaran. I think you have the text in front of you. I hope you have a time to read that quotations, because if I do read it, it will take a time, and especially if kalau saya harus nembang mau copat, nanti bisa sampai jam 7 baru selesai. I will argue that the performing art and ritual help to commemorate Kanjeng Gusti Mangkunegaran's first birthday was a public display, showcasing the political culture of Mangkunegaran court in the 18th century colonial Java. Such is the case that cultural performances should be understood as more than entertainment. They serve as reflections of the formation and transformation of cultures, giving insight into the character of the hybrid society. Similar to other Javanese court, the Mangkunegaran court was developed based on intercultural and interreligious mixing and matching elements. This intricate interplay of diverse cultural influences has led to very rich discussion concerning the context and subtext of cultural performances and ritual within the colonial and subsequent post-colonial Japanese society. How can we characterize the hybrid cultural plurality? How do different societal groups relate one another? It would seem, as Parnepal suggests,
Sumarsam,
that,
sorry, 5 minutes left.
5 minutes, okay, that each group lives within a closed compartment and life within its section become narrower. To most European, Oriental music is unmeaning. To Oriental, a band of pipe and drum is just a noise. But looking at the text, I don't think I agree with Parnepal. It would be hard-pressed to argue that these ritual performances had no cross-cultural meaning for a group involved. They reflect the ongoing power negotiation between the Japanese ruler and the Dutch authorities in administering their constituencies. Let me see if I have to skip this one here. So all of this led me to return to Mbah Cokarmo. I was stunned to find out that Mbah Cokarmo was living human being, a musician who lived during the reign of Kanjeng Gusti Mangkunegaran I. What is the proof? The name Cokarmo or Setsokarmo was mentioned in two important Japanese literary works, the 18th century Serat Babat Nitik Mangkunegaran and also Serat Centini. Because the Babat Nitik is a diary, it was briefly mentioned as being the leader of musicians and was passed away during the 58th birthday of Mangkunegaran I. Last year, I asked musicians at the Mangkunegaran court whether they ever pay homage to Mbah Cokarmo by visiting his grave. Only two musicians mentioned, and the two of them is Pak Sular and Pak Ki Hali also Jalang. And this means that only older generation know about this, and the younger generation has no idea who Mbah Soekarno. So there's a certain confusion when actually Mbah Soekarno lived. Of course, in the history mentioned about Pak Nite, but Ki Hali mentioned is live in Pakubuwono X. This what I like to explore, what is called asymmetric knowledge. The issue is the degree disparities in knowledge among these interlocutors. In the case of Ki Hali's knowledge about misdating the life of Mbah Soekarno, the point is not dating itself, but about the context and meaning which have led the dating. The meaning is the ngalap berkah, asking for blessing from ancestor, a tradition Sumarsides Murtono called the cult of glory in the legitimation of important figures by establishing the greatness of their ancestor. So the point about asymmetric knowledge, the point is that binarizing understanding and misunderstanding conversation among informants must be seen as continuous and uninterrupted conversation in the process of knowledge production. For Ki Hali and others interlocutors' perspective is an appropriate way to engage the production of knowledge. So let me conclude. It is obvious though then that the development of knowledge is an ongoing process shaped by both understanding and misunderstanding, as well as the incorporation of new evidence. Such is the case for three subjects of my presentation: Mbah Soekarno, Claude Debussy, and the Mangkunegaran Society. However, the case of Mbah Soekarno is often overlooked due to its superstitious tone and being considered as fantastical story. Nevertheless, for the Javanese people, experiences rooted in and arising from liminality hold significance important in their lives. Without acknowledging and considering such liminal experience, our knowledge production will lack the sensory, emotional, or spiritual connection to historical and mythological figures such as Mbah Soekarno. In traditional Japanese society, history and myth are intertwined. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Sumarsam, for a thorough presentation regarding how the cultural performance and the understanding and also the misunderstanding of those performances shaping our society and our knowledge regarding the Javanese culture, especially in Javanese court. Continue to our next speaker. There will be Ajeng Arai Nikasih and Adrian Perkasa talking about colonial politics, knowledge production, and the museums of the Javanese courts. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mas Christopher. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore, nama saya Ajeng. This afternoon, I would like to talk about Radia Pustaka and Sono Budoyo, the colonial politics, knowledge productions, and the museums of the Japanese courts with my colleague Adrian.
Yeah, hope you are not bored with me. I'm Adrian Perkasa. Now, yeah, nice to have Ajeng here with me.
Yeah, we are going to talk about the two museums of the Javanese court, the Radia Pustaka and the Sono Budoyo in Surakarta and Sono Budoyo in Yogyakarta during the colonial era up to the Japanese occupation period. So if we are talking about museums. Usually, people say that museums supposed to be neutrals, but who says museums are neutral? We will discover more about this later.
And also, if people talk a culture, yeah, I still remember when I trained at international relation or in political science, culture always come to soft power rather than hard power. But who says culture is not integral in even politics? We will interrogate this also.
So these presentations, will examine like what were the ideas behind the establishments of the Japanese courts museums and how were the museums entangled with colonial politics and knowledge productions.
And you can see our presentation will be, we will explore all the things here from the brief introduction of the those museum until, and we will end actually the history until the Japanese occupation period. And we can discuss why later in the question and answer session.
But at first, I would like to show you these two museums. The first one is the Aceh Museum, established in 1915 in Banda Aceh, and the Bali Museum in Denpasar. First, the idea of this museum was first in 1910 and then later opened in 1932. So these two museums, like any other museums in colonial Indonesia, were established by the Dutch government for their interest, for their politics. But this is, even though the Bali Museum were funded by Balinese royals and kingdoms, but it's different with the museums of Sono Budoyo and Radia Pustaka, which were funded by the Japanese themselves, the royal Japanese themselves.
And yeah, first, the Radio Pustaka Museum. I have the one of the publication of this museum, and in all, I think in all the publication of this museum, they always pride that they claim that they was the oldest museum that is established by the Japanese themselves, and they only beaten by the Batavia Head of Museum and Society at Weltevreden. And it's very interesting because it's established. Yeah, we will discuss his founders and the curators, conservators later. But this museum, it's not belong to Sunanet, but always got support from the Sunanet of Surakarta and its family and its bureaucrats. And even the first establishment of this museum actually within the allies to the court complex of the Sunanet. And later, yeah, in 1913, we know the location in the place that it is until now. Then Sono Budoyo, maybe Ajeng can talk more.
While a little bit different with the Sono Budoyo Museum that was established in 1935, it was the initiative of Java Institute, a learned society established earlier in 1919. The museum was under, although the museum was under the patronage of Sultan Hamengkubuwono VIII, who gave the land, the buildings, and his collections also. But this museum were funded by the 4 Japanese courts at that time: the Sultanate of Yogyakarta, the Sunanate of Surakarta, Mangkunegaran, and Paku Alaman. And both the Japanese and the Europeans involved in its curatorial and its management until 1942. So the first figure that we want to discuss here is Sosrodiningrat II. He was the founder of the Radia Pustaka Museum in 1980s. Of course, he was having educations in the Netherlands. He studied Indology, although we didn't know yet when exactly and where, whether in Delft or Leiden, but he definitely got Dutch educational background. That is why the idea, probably from the Batavia and Wetenskappen, that was already established before in Batavia, but also because he went to the Netherlands, he probably already saw museums there. So it's not from zero, from nothing. So so he had the ideas of museums, and but he actively, as a Javanese, as a royals, he actively preserved Javanese culture and present it as a museum. So it is so the Javanese is not a passive receiver of, like in any other places. The Dutch built museum for that area, but not here in Surakarta. So the Javanese himself, who is the figure who wants to establish museums first.
Yeah, and this very figure, why we discuss figure, at least we believe that the museum is not a simple or humble institution, but every institution, like we discuss the man behind the gun itself, man. And this really figures actually with the Javan sculpture on Wikkeling Congress responsible of this museum. Museum, they established many things. He established many things, such as Taman Sriwedari itself. He established it, and Klinika di Polo, Apotek, and many other things. And here, Kanjeng Mangkunegaran, and yeah, you can see he held a very high position in the courts, but also he was very active in the political scene of late colonial Indonesia and even until the Indonesian independence. But he was the chairman or director of the Radio Pustaka Museums from the 1914 to 1927, and 1 year after that, the colonial government built a bust statue of his father, the first Javanese statue that Ajeng already explained to you. And after that, he replaced by Gusti Pangeran Haryo Adiwijoyo, one of the son of Susunan Pakubuwono XIII. Yeah, besides active in many institutions within the court itself, but he was really very active in Radio Pustaka until he passed away in the 1960s.
So the Javanese themselves, the royal Javanese themselves, involved in knowledge productions in museums during colonial era, along with the Europeans. And one of the most important figures is also Mangkunegaran VII, the patron of Java Institute and various other organizations. As already discussed yesterday by Muhammad Faiz, I think that Mangkunegaran VII is also a scholar. He collected antiquities, arts, and ethnographic objects, and that was the main collections. His main collection is the main collections of the Mangkunegaran museums at the moment. So besides that, he also donate objects to the Radia Pustaka Museum, to Panti Budaya, and the Sono Budaya Museum. He is one of the main funders of the Sono Budaya Museum. So his roles in cultural and museums during the colonial era is very important back then.
Okay, next slide is, yeah, in the board of Sono Budaya Museum is very interesting. If many scholars and many previous works argue that the Java Institute is a kind or even affiliated with colonial institute that built by the colonial and really have a strong colonial things, that actually it was not. They had actually these two figures influential in the Indonesian nationalist politics. Both of them, yeah, Ki Hajar Dewantara, of course, all of you know. He got exiled, and interestingly, when he got exiled in the Netherlands, he met with the Kanjeng Pangeran Surya Suparto, the later become the Mangkunegaran VII, and he was the board member of Sono Budaya Museum. And one of them, yeah, it's slightly not unknown people, but it's actually Gusti Bendoro Pangeran Haryo Surodiningrat is very famous in his time. He was son of the Susunan Sinuwun Hamengkubuwono VII. And he was in the artistic movement. He was really very famous with the co-founder of Krido Bekso Wiromo. And also in the nationalist movement, he was the founder and chairman of the biggest organization in the 1930s. As Robert O'Malley already wrote on this, Pakempalan Kawulo Ngayogyakarta, and still exists until the post-colonial Indonesia. And because of these people, this involvement of these two people, many radical, so-called radical Indonesian nationalists couldn't attack this museum or the Java Institute as a part of the colonial politics back then in the 1930s. And then, yeah, what we want to discuss and explore more is how these figures entangled with politics and also knowledge production during the late colonial period. Rather than to the work by John Pemberton, we actually incline more into the work of Kriyan Prakash with his very beautiful investigation of Badralog of Bengal and how it's related with nationalism and also modern. He called the of as the second side. Yeah. What is second side? We argue that this elite is in between the colonial elite, the European and the Japanese common people. So they are the one who responsible to transfer, not only copy paste like what Pemberton thought, what Pemberton stated in his work, but he's more active as an agent, as we will explore later how this figure very and even they really admire as a role model, but they still really had distinctive feature on its museum and its policies. One of them is how the knowledge production things, how the Javanese glorious past in the Zaman Budo or in the pre-Islamic notion actually really appear. Actually, during the discussion of the Monumental Ordonansi, not both of the museum, because there's not established yet. It can read the notion of Mr. Bergathering of the meeting of the Radio Pustoko museum. They
5
really,
minutes left.
Okay, sorry. And as many reports, they really what can to be collected and what to be exhibited. Scholars argue also that is there any underrepresented Islam in this collection, but actually if we really follow the discussion within the Radio Pustaka and later in Sono Budoyo, actually they're eager to collect many artifacts. For instance, a door of Masjid Kaliaso, one of the old mosques, but actually rejected from Amir. The top anecdotes by Sunanet to get it. And of collecting Muhammadiyah in Yogyakarta, and many lecture actually in various religions that Batavia Hinotstap never did that. And ulama actually also very much involved in the Radio Pustoko, and like the conflict during the Tentara Kanjeng Nabi Muhammad in the 1918, actually not really departed the ulama or not really separated ulama from the court circle. Like these two figures you can read later, how they still deliver and still very much in close contact with the board members. And really interesting, even they consulted with Kiai Muhammad Muksan to how to exhibit it, the collection according to Islamic law or Sharia. Very unusual.
So we already discussed the Radia Pustaka in Sono Budoyo, but how about the Mangkunegaran Museum? We know that Mangkunegaran D8 opened the Puro Mangkunegaran as a museum to the public in post-independence Indonesia. But we also know that in Java magazine in 1938, it was stated that Mangkunegaran D7 has private collections of antiquities, ethnographic objects, and he have a museum open to people who got access from him. But where are the museums back then? And did it open to really a general public except for people who ask for permission for him? And if he's not open it for the public, why? we hypothesize that he did not want to compete with the Museum Pustaka that as before in the same cities, because he has the sources to open the museums, but he as the public like Radia Pustaka, but he did not. But instead he donate objects to Radia Pustaka. He funded the Sono Budoyo. He donate objects to Sono Budoyo. So what's his intentions in doing so? We still have to explore more about this in the archive on Mangkunegara. Hopefully there's some explanations. Yeah. But and we want to close it with the Japanese occupations. That the why the Japanese occupations? Because yes, we argue that the museum is not neutral, cultural is political. It is really so. Even when the reign changed, the political reign changed. The Radia Pustaka Budoyo is very much political tools for the Japanese. During the Japanese occupations, they have the Gerakan Tiga Asia, the Greater East Asia, propaganda tiga A, Jepang Pelindung Asia, Jepang Cahaya Asia, Jepang. Nah, so they use museum for political tools of propaganda too. So the other museums in colonial Indonesia, whose name is with Dutch names like Old Batavia Museum or Zoologist Museum, was changed into Indonesian language. But the names of Museum Radia Pustaka and Sono Budoyo that was already using Japanese language did not the Japanese didn't change it.
1 more minute, Mbak.
Yes, this is the closing. So, but they changed the labels from Dutch language into Indonesian language, and also they want to erase the racial segregations on museums that used to be Europeans, foreign Orientals, native. During the Japanese occupations, they changed it into adult and children, so no longer based on racial differentiations. And also, museums were used as the politics of propaganda on the ideas of becoming Indonesians for the royals, for the local elites, because the other performance is for the rakyat, but museum is always a political tool for different reign for local elites. Thank you.
Applause. Yeah. Thank you, Mbak Ajeng and Mas Adrian, for a very interesting presentation regarding the development of museum in Java back then. That we can conclude that it is very different than other museums back in Indonesia because it is more independent in terms of that it wasn't built or under patronage of Dutch related colonial government or patrons. Thank you. And for the last speaker, today we have Hans van den Akker. Hello Hans, how are you? Could you hear me? Operator, can you unmute Hans? Yeah, he's still on mute. Yeah. Hello Hans, could you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah. Okay, so Hans will be presenting about the visit from Prince Haryo Gondosiriboyo of Mangkunegaran and Gamelan to Arnhem. He will deliver his presentation using the video that is already provided here. So let's play and watch the video.
Good afternoon, selamat siang. My name is Michael, and I'm very sorry not to be there at your event in the international conference in Mangkunegaran in Solo. But we created a small Javanese atmosphere here in our museum in Holland. It's Museum Brombeek, and we're standing here in front of our gamelan. I want to give a lecture on the visit of Prince Gondosiriboyo. You see him there on the screen. He was the 5th son of the Mangkunegaran IV. and he had an interesting visit with a gamelan group in 1879. They came in June to Arnhem, to the koloniale tentoonstelling here. But the research started with these letters, there's 3 letters in Old Javanese script, and we had them translated. They are in the archive of the Allard Pierson, the University Museum in Amsterdam. And in these letters, they are copies. I think the originals are in your archives, because we see the stamp.
I think the video is stopped. The signal is.
Because we see the stamp from the Mangkunegaran Surakarta. And in these letters, they are written 2 years before the event. And it's a correspondence between the organizing committee of the time and the Mangkunegaran Reform. And it says that he's willing, the Mangkunegaran Reform is willing to send his son together with 23 Gamelan players to come to Arnhem in 1879. And so here we can see the exhibition. It was the whole summer in 1879. It's in the center of the city of Arnhem. It's in front of the Muses Sacrum, which is still the nowadays Arnhem.
Or maybe can we play it, play the video offline? Yeah, so we don't have to connect it to the internet. I apologize for the technical disturbance.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Okay. Selamat sore. And sorry I'm not there, but we are very busy here in the new museum in Brombeek.
Can we play the video until it finished or? Yeah. Well, no, he's moving right now, but no sound. Can you turn the volume up, please?
Very sorry not to be there at your event. But we made it so that this atmosphere here at Amity now, if you didn't know that, we can give it one. On the answer on the visit of Prince Thomas Lloyd, who is the street, was the fifth son of the Mangkunegaran court, and had initially visited the Brahman group in 1879. They came in June to Ireland to the colonial medical ceremony. But the research started with this letters, these letters have three letters. They have also been script and we have translated. We are in the archive of the Mark Wilson, the University in Amsterdam. And these letters, they are copies, and I think the originals are in your archives because this is sent from the Mangkunegaran Survivor. And these letters, they were written 2 years before the event the Parliament started. And it's correspondence between the organizing committee for the Parliament and the Mangkunegaran before. And it says that it's really the Mangkunegaran before to send this together with 23 armed players to walk to Ireland in 1879. And so it good. Here we can see the event taking place in the Colonial Exhibition. It was the first summer of 1879. It's in the center of the city of Ireland. It's in front of the British Summer, which is still nowadays Ireland's elder. And we see all the business, all the local businesses and Ireland businesses. We wanted to present them in front of the Dutch audience and the press. You can see, for instance, the tobacco industry, the coffee industry, also the iron mounting, the building constructions, all kinds of businesses that present themselves in Ireland. But more important is the first visit ever of the Japanese government group in Europe. And it was a huge success. Most of the images were sold out, and everybody wanted to be part of this event. Because for the European audience, for the Dutch and Ireland audience in particular, a very new kind of music they heard. Here you see some of the drama players on the right, and you see Gurmati, who was the leader of the drama group, who plays the robot and the scene. And also very exciting were these dancers. We found out they are called varsity training, and they were typically Japanese high court dress, and they were followed the drama group. They also did some singing, and they played, it's easy to say, before they played one more, but it was the whole. So the event decided because it was more warm. And a lot of Europeans were impressed by this Catalan group. This is to show that it's not only music, but it's also learning business. You can see all kind of objects that were coming from Java. They presented themselves here to the country. How did it influence the Netherlands? The event, as I said, the Ghana group was mind-blowing to the audience. It was so okay. You see here, and we also elect one very interesting literature in 2003 that was written by Canada. But maybe more interesting, and that's future research, I hope you will go well. I would think this is that Mangkunegaran called, as I said, the Brits and the government group stayed for 3 months. They not only go to Malta, but also go to Paris and to Amsterdam. What they went to Solo. Unfortunately, they say, you can only be about back. One back building materials, and new business connections. Thirdly, when you go back, I think the close ties between industry companies, which is also the leverage. More specifically, the Brits went to the Dutch king, William III. He went to Apeldoorn, to his palace, and he brought 3 objects: a Chris, a spear, and a sword, and he gave it to the king to show the relation between the Mangkunegaran court and the Dutch kingdom. So politically, it includes the Mangkunegaran court as well. But obviously, I can and we need further study how did it influence the lives of the 25 people that go to the Netherlands. What did they get back to the court? How did it affect their lives? So I hope we can let's look on this research together. And to end my lecture, I want to invite you to invent and organize here in Ireland on the 8th of October this year, because in this room we will together with our Dutch government group that is here, we want to organize an event. And we also want to invite the court to this event. So hope to see you again on the 8th of October and have a nice day. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Hans, for your presentation regarding the visit of Prince Haryo Gondosiriboyo to the Netherlands with 23 gamelans players from Mangkunegaran court. So it is very interesting that we find out that this is the first Japanese musician visit ever to the Europe. So Hans, do you have anything to add before we continue to the discussion, Prof. Ben Arps?
Yeah, sorry for the technical inconvenience, but I hope you you heard most of the video, and I'm very happy that I can participate in the discussion, and I want to thank the former speakers, Sumarsan and Ajen and Adrian, for their very interesting presentations. So I think we can go to the discussion.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Hans. So let's continue to our discussion today, Prof. Ben Arps. Prof, I will let you talk or discuss more about your opinion from our panel today, your input or even your questions regarding these topics today. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Terima kasih, Mr. Chairman. The discussants were asked to bring the papers together, and in fact the organizers already brought your papers together when they talked about the global engagements, especially of the Indonesian courts. But I will also try to do this, and in a slightly different direction. I will try to keep it very brief and also open-ended, because I'd really like this to be some time for a discussion. Prof. Marsam used a term that was also used in one of the panels this morning by Sander Luchtenberg, hybridity. And I had a discussion with Dr. Imran Tajuddin earlier during the lunch break about how this term sometimes raises sort of slightly misguided perceptions. But I'm very pleased to note that in all your presentations, you do actually focus on hybridity as something with a purpose and something that's done actively, that involves agency, and that involves political agency. And that was actually very prominent in all of your presentations. If I try to bring the three papers together, I think they concern very centrally the meaning of performing or exhibiting what you could call other, between the famous quotation marks, other culture in one's own cultural context. Or if you take the opposite perspective, the meaning and the sense of performing or exhibiting one's own culture in another context. That's very clear, of course, in the case of Mr. van der Akker's presentation. So my general question, which, if there is time, but maybe we can go to more focused questions, but my general sort of idea that I'd like to propose here is, could you think about the cultural or the ideological, the meaningful work that these artifacts, let me call them all artifacts, let me call the museums artifacts, let me call the performances artifacts, and also the same for the group by Pangeran Gondo Sigoya. What kind of cultural, ideological, meaningful work were they designed to do in their context? Is it about demonstrating some kind of ownership of the other, which, I mean, is a logical thing to think in a colonial context? Or, and this is something that Professor Sumasam alluded to, is it about exhibiting the primitiveness of the other? But could it also perhaps, I'm not necessarily saying alternatively, but maybe at the same time, also somewhat like becoming like the other, participating in otherness, feeling, at least momentarily, for a brief period, like the other. Of course, this is clearly different for different cases and different institutions and individuals. But I do think that in all three your examples, it is a relevant question. In the case of Prof. Marsam, you know, you have Javanese/Sundanese music in Paris in 1889. That's clearly otherness. But also, and that's a very nice thing that you focus on, the otherness of the Sundanese musicians and the Mangkunegaran singer dancers that bring their work together in this Langendrian genre. Well, similar in the case of Hans van der Akker, I would be very interested to hear about, you said, I mean, we couldn't hear you very well, but one of the things that we could hear is that the audience was very enthusiastic. And I would love to hear more about that. Were there reviews in newspapers, for instance? Were there notes made? What were the actual, feelings, to the extent that they have been recorded, of the audience? And in the case of Ajeng and Adrian, you have this European cultural institution. I think we can call a museum that. I mean, the name, the name itself is classical European, in a Javanese environment, a Javanese colonial environment in the late 19th and early 20th century. But also you have antiquities from the distant past presented in the present. That's bringing the other in time into the present. And also, and this is an important one that I think you did not have time to probably to refer to, but all these museums, at least Sonopudoyo and Radio Pustoko, were not only places where objects were exhibited, there were also venues for performances. You mentioned a lecture by Abad Fiqh, but they were venues of wayang performances, of dance performances, of gamelan performances. They were places where courses were taught. The first Pedalangan courses were taught in
Anyone want to ask a question? Yes, one from Martin. One more. Okay, so just from Martin for now. Oh, sorry. I cannot see you behind the camera. Yeah. So 2 questions.
My questions are concrete, I think, and brief. So they're for Hans and for Professor Marsam. And they're quite similar, actually. So for Hans, I'm curious, do we know anything about the response in Mangkunegaran or on Java to these visits of Mangkunegaran to the Netherlands? Is there anything known about that? And then to Professor Marsam, yeah, so that's a notion of hybridity in the ways that people in Europe, some way or another, Debussy, but also painters and writers inspired by foreign influences, in particular, of course, influences of their respective colonial empires. That's interesting, but I'm curious, do we also know of a same form of hybridity or the same form of influence going the other way around? So are there any Javanese composers, as far as we know, that one way or another are inspired by European music?
Thank you, Martin, for your questions. And then next is Sitske.
Yeah, hi. I had a more specific question for Ajeng and Adrian. You mentioned that Mangkunegaran court wanted to have a museum, but it was not open to the public and you don't know why yet. So I was wondering, if there were no plans to open it to the public, was it actually a museum which as function as to be open to the public? Or could it be more compared to royal cabinets of curiosities, which were very common in European courts? So then maybe they just use museum as an overall word for everything, but it was never the intention to make it public. That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. So for this time, I'll let Hans, you could go first to answer the question and also to respond to Prof. Ben. Anything you want to add? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Ben Arps. I think you're right in pointing out the othering question. It started already with the welcoming in the koloniale tentoonstelling of the delegation of the Mangkunegaran, because the delegation, I found, they welcomed them in a Malay language, but the Mangkunegaran son, Gondosirowoyo, he spoke excellent Dutch, and he also spoke Javanese. So that's also an example, I think, that they tried to welcome the other party, in this case, the delegation, and they tried to do that in their language, but it was not the right language. That's the first example. And I also found some reactions in the newspapers on this case of othering as well. I said that the most of the reactions of the public were very positive, and they saw it as a kind of a new thing. It was exotic, it was strange to their own culture. But also I found some negative remarks that they were pointed at the dancers and singers of the gamelan group, because I found some people that said in the newspaper that they were only screaming and not really singing. So that's also an example, I think, of this othering question. And the question of Martin about the Mangkunegaran and their reactions, I think that needs more research, because that's one thing I would like to know. What did they bring back to the court in Java? How did they feel about this visit? Most I found out is in the colonial archives is on how the Dutch saw this visit, but the other way around, that needs more research, I think. But it's very interesting to find out what did they bring back and how did it change the court, or did it change the court at all? Did it change the gamelan? How did this cultural interaction work, actually? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Hans, for your answer. So next, I'll let Mbak Ajeng and Mas Adrian to have the floor.
Thank you, Prof. Ben, for the discussions. I would like to argue that for our case, for the museums, it's a little bit different if we are talking, or comparing with your statements that it's demonstrating the ownership of the other, or exhibiting primitiveness of the others, because museum is at least for during the colonial era, museum is in colonial Indonesia. It is the idea of becoming Europeans, not exhibit in, at least in the Radia Pustaka and Sono Budoyo. It is not showing the ethnographic objects of the common people, but it is the adiluhung culture of the Javanese courts. So it's not exhibiting the others, but showing that the Javanese royals is also as modern as the Europeans. So they are similar with the Europeans, their way of thinking, their knowledge productions, they are scholars. So it's a little bit, the concept is a little bit different. And yes, and for the spectators or audiences, it is something I think it never been discussed before. It is hard to discuss because we have to, probably there's a very small amount of sources, and I think it's supposed to be in the newspapers, but usually the news is about somebody visited some museums, or something, or someone, or a group of people coming to the museums, but it's never how they feel or what's their opinion about the museum. It's always just the news about this group of people come to Sono Budoyo Museum on July something, 1920 something. That's it. So we can't, in my opinion, we can't really analyze how the response of the audience, of the visitors back then. It's really hard to do. And
yeah, Pak Ben, thank you very much, and very interesting but really difficult to answer. But yeah, I'm following what Mbak Ajeng explained. I think that yeah, in our forthcoming publication, actually in Wacana, if we want to decolonize museum, actually, the museum in Indonesia, especially the Javanese Court Museum, should decolonize the term adiluhung itself. because they always claim this is the Javanese culture, but actually it is a card culture. It's only limited to the Forster London culture, even the elite Forster London culture, and they never asking or reinvestigated their collection even. So that's why they want to be European in the sense of modernity, but at the same time not really like what Pemberton suggests. It's kind of what the example of Badralog, at least what we read and what we experience there. Actually, this elite develop other things at museum, and even have another meaning of museum, give another meaning in museum, like not only for objects like you explained, they also use it as activities. So it's very different kind of institution. And also related to the visitor experience, actually this is very difficult, as Mbak Aceh already explained, but we have actually some kind of example, like what similar what with the example of Badralog in Bengal. They use the prose or the fiction of in the popular novel about how they the common people reacted, or the common people attitude in museum. They in India case, they the common people, they treated museum as a place for tamasha, for recreation. But here, yeah, we don't have we can't find in the newspaper. But here, at least in my dissertation, one of my chapter, I found that Sukarno, the first president of Indonesia, when he got exiled to Flores, he wrote a play. It's very interesting play. This is play that related not the Javanese Court Museum, but related to Batavia Genotype Museum. When the common people discover something from the antiquities, this protagonist in the Sukarno story just send it to the Batavia Genotype. So that's why it's the meaning of museum at that time is much more. If it's collection, it must be, or at least in the Batavia Genotype, it must be the antiquities collection that related to Batavia Genotype. And for the other museum, actually, Sukarno also commented in one of, I think in the Cindy Adam, if I'm not mistaken, how in his childhood, he really even remember the museum in Mojokerto, actually very famous. And it's also, and Krom actually wrote about it in 1910, that even in Mojokerto, not in the center like Forster London here or the Batavia as the European center, it's very periphery. But Krom stated also, if you were not in the Mojokerto Museum, you are not going to Mojokerto, or you are not going to see the ruins of Majapahit. So that's why it's really very different. Even it's originating or initiative elite, initiation from elite, but the common people also really become use it as more for the, maybe also the same as in India as the tamasha, or the place that they can do many things, even not related with the idea behind the people who manage the museum itself. I think.
Yeah, the number of the visit to museums actually very high back then. Yeah, sometimes there's numbers of visits in the newspapers, and sometimes they also divided. There's how many Europeans, how many Chinese, how many natives. It is really high. Interestingly, yeah. And for answering the questions. Yes, I think the Mangkunegaran Museum is more like a royal cabinet of curiosities of the Mangkunegaran the Seven himself. But if we Google the Mangkunegaran Museum in Google, sometimes we found that there is 1918 as the establishments of the museum, but we can't really find why or how the date of 1918 is there. We don't have the proof yet that he opened the museum in 1918, but we have proof in Majalah Jawa that some Europeans wrote articles and thanking him that because of his kindness, he opened his collections to be studied by them so they can write that articles. So something like that. But we didn't really having, yeah, we can't really find it yet, right? The 1918 year. Why?
Sorry?
Sorry.
Ja, is there, okay. Please make it short because there's still Pak Sumarsam here.
But I just wondered, is it possible that they meant Sono Budoyo because you mentioned that they donated artifacts to Sono Budoyo in the same year?
So actually, yeah, before maybe, but before Sono Budoyo, they have the initiative. I mean, they have federation even for the porcelain royalties. And one of the initiative of the Mangkunegara, the seven, they created, he created a Panti Budoyo with all the representatives. But the thing is, Radio Pustoko actually, and also the people behind, the family behind the Radio Pustoko actually reject the idea that they will have a one museum that represent all the museums. So that's why we believe that it's more to the royal cabinet of curiosities, but more than that, because according to many biographies of the Mangkunegara VII, maybe we also have he also had some subtle interpretation or subtle idea behind his collection, because even before he enthroned as Pramatono or the ruler of Mangkunegara Palace, he actually collected when he wandered around Java in the central, especially the central and East Java, even to the cave Selomang in Kediri and also Mamenang. It's Sukuh, and yeah, and even if we got access to his collection now, we need to pay more attention like what in his time, I think.
Okay, so I think that's all from Ajeng and Adrian. Now I'll let Pak Sumarsam have the floor.
Okay, I just want to pick up a little bit about this idea of the relationship between porcelain and the Rakyat Jelata, because it's important to point out on that point about what kind of relationship can be found in the performing art. Like just the Arnhem's exposition, the dancer's name is really it's Reki and Warsi, which is also become probably from Wonogiri or from Ngadiroto, somewhere like that. And also the dancers for the Paris expositions, 4 of them has the names of nothing with the Cosmopolitan's Porcelain's name, but the village name, Tumina, Sarkium, and all this. And this is just give us an understanding of the relationship between the luar in the way of recruiting the seniman to has a little bit problem. My colleague was telling me, I treat it as an old term, you have to find something else, but it's still it's a more convenient being understood. And where is that gamelan that was being sent in Arnhem nowadays? I tried to ask my friends here in Mangkunegaran, they cannot find that gamelan here. Do you know, Pak Hans?
Sorry, there was a break in the communication, so I didn't understand your question, Pak Sumarson. Can you repeat?
Just asking that gamelan that being sent to 1879's Arnhem's exhibition, where is that gamelan now? Is it still in Perfect Museum or still in Arnhem somewhere? Because it cannot be found here in Mangkunegaran.
Oh, thank you for the question. We found out that after Arnhem, they also played in Haarlem for one evening. So they transported the gamelan from Arnhem to Haarlem and also to Amsterdam, where they played. But so far we didn't find it back. So I don't know where it went. We didn't. It's not in a museum collection right now, so we don't know. But it's an interesting question, because also in the first letter it is mentioned that that the quality of the gamelan should be very good to perform in Arnhem. So they had some special attention to the instruments, but I cannot judge if that is true or not. But it's not here anymore. The gamelan you saw on the film is the gamelan here in Brombeek, and parts of that gamelan are from the Susuhunan court.
Thank you. I think I should answer Mas Martin's question. I cannot yet find any evidence in what way Mangkunegaran musicians or anyone else responding to this simplified musical accompaniment for Langdrian. But I know there's evidence of a list of different things that's being sent to Paris Exposition, like the costumes, the pakaian for the wayang and wayang, with all of different things that's being sent there. Thanks.
Thank you, Pak Sumarsam, for your response and answers to the question and to our discussion today, Prof. Ben Arps. So this marks the end of the sixth panel of our very first Mangkunegaran International Symposium. So please give some applause to us here. I would also like to thank Prof. Ben Arps as our discussion in this panel, also Pak Sumarsam, Hans, Adrian, and also Ajeng as our panelists today. On behalf of the committee, I would like to also thank you all for coming today until this afternoon. And I would like also to apologize if there's any mistake during our session today. I will okay, foto bersama dulu. Hans, please don't leave us yet.
Yeah.
We will take a photo together.
Okay.
Agak mendekat ke LCD mungkin supaya presenter online bisa terlihat di foto. Yeah. A very big applause for all the presenters,
Thank
the
you.
chair, and the discussion for this session. By the way, this music becoming the background music now is the Debussy music that was discussed by Professor Sumarsa. The beautiful music will be accompanying us tonight in the closing ceremony. We would like to invite all the participants, all the guests for group photo to mark the end of this symposium. Please kindly come forward to have a final photo for the first Mangkunegaran International Symposium.
Sebelum kita tutup acara pada sore hari ini, mohon kepada seluruh tamu undangan untuk berfoto bersama. Dan sedikit informasi, musik yang dilantunkan ini adalah musik Debussy yang merupakan musik yang diilhami dari gamelan Mangkunegaran yang tadi sempat dibahas oleh Bapak Sumarsa. Monggo Bapak Ibu untuk foto bersama, segenap tamu undangan, panitia, dan seluruh yang berkontribusi dalam acara ini silakan untuk melakukan foto bersama.
Supaya cukup, mungkin kita mempersilahkan organizing committee and also Professor Ben Arps, Mr. Alan Feinstein to be kindly seated. Supaya cukup, so the space is enough. Please kindly seated, Dr. Alan Feinstein, Professor Ben Arps, Profesor Sumarsam, silakan. Monggo, nyerah Pak. Mr. Marik Galan, please be seated. Professor Ben Arps also, Professor Sumarsam. And Bapak Latif, mungkin perwakilan dari dan Mas Said, Bapak Latif mohon untuk duduk juga. Teman-teman yang masih muda-muda seperti saya, mungkin bisa di sini bareng-bareng panitia. Yang belakang boleh merapat lagi. Thank you so much, all the honorable guests, eminent speakers and all the participants.